Research, Extension and Publications, Chuka University, Professor Shamit Munyiri, to take us through the program.
Good morning, everyone. Our chief guest, Dr. Daniel Mutegi Geche, our DVC, our VC, Professor Henry Mutembei, our DVCs, AFNP, our DVC, ARSA, Academic Research and Student Affairs, our DVCs, ANP, Professor Mabubi, Dr. Mabubi, our Registrar, Academics, and all our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our colleagues, my workmates, our participants, good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this international conference that is themed Leveraging Technological Solutions in Research, Training, Innovation, and Sustainable Development. This gathering brings together bright minds and creative thinkers to explore how technology can drive meaningful progress in our institutions and also in our communities. I'm delighted as I welcome all of us to share ideas and experiences over the next 2 days, today and tomorrow, that is 23rd and 24th of October. Let us be inspired to adopt practical solutions in all our areas that promote sustainability, inclusivity, and growth. I wish all of us a very fruitful stay at Chuka University. We are a prophetic university, and we have a lot of beautiful things and even technologies and innovations to share with you and with us. And I pray that you all have a successful conference. My name, again, as I was mentioned by Professor Masinde, is Professor Munyiri. I'm an Associate Professor of Agronomy. I am the current Director, Research, Extension, and Publications. And because of time, without much ado, let me say we will start with the keynote addresses. This theme for this conference is about leveraging on technologies. So we have the best of the best up here in front. And we are going to have presentations from them as keynote. And we are going to, after that, we are going to have panel discussions among the keynote speakers. And after that, you're still on, I hope you still have your programs. We'll now go to the lounge, whereby now we can have the management and the introductions. I wanted to note that among the people to present today, we may not have received maybe one or two, but I know we do have Mr. Peter Waihenya from GIZ. He's a technical advisor, renewable energy, and also Sarah Lena, also GIZ energy advisor, PhD in chemistry, and they'll be talking, or at least Waihenya will be talking on green hydrogen. And we also have Professor Singa Oku, who is the director, Tharaka Invention Center, where he has the topic, enjoying boosting your enemy while shooting your friends. That presentation is on rediscovering the spirit of innovation, AI-powered education rooted in African cosmology at Tharaka Invention Center. There is Enos Westwa, Country Director, UK, on the topic of universities as innovation incubators for society impact. We'll have Professor Gishombe. Yes, okay. We will have Professor Gishombe moderate the session. Professor Gishombe will moderate the session, but before he does that, I will welcome the DVC, ARSA, to introduce the VC, to introduce the guests, all of them. Please.
Good morning, delegates, the guest of honor, our Vice Chancellor, inviting guests, and all of us. I thank God for this opportunity that has come, that we may be able to meet together and continue this conference. I want to thank God that we can meet here to converse and exchange ideas on how we progress, especially around the theme. But before we proceed, it's always good to know one another, and especially we get to know who is here and who is on this side. So I would want to humbly welcome our Vice Chancellor to be able to bring to us, to introduce to us our guests, so that as we talk, at least we are able to know who is talking to us from which place. So join me in welcoming our Vice Chancellor together.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. I would like the introduction. Before we introduce our guests, they also know who we are here, isn't it? So, management, if you are here, can you just stand up as a block? Our guests, some of them you have met when we are up there. Can we clap for them? All the senators who are here, including myself, can we all stand up? That is the academic body that governs the activities of the university in terms of academic. Can we clap for them? All staff, academic members of staff of Chuka, if you are here, can you stand up? Or others? Can we clap for them? Even senators are members of academic staff. Good. Our presenters, everybody who is coming to present something, can you stand up? We clap for you. Makofi, welcome to Chuka University. And we have now our guests who have come to be with us. Without any order of priority, I'll start from here. Ms. Elena from GIZ. Can we clap for GIZ? All the way from Darmstadt in Germany. So we clap for her. Our chief guest, and you'll know why it is the chief guest. She is from the National Cohesion and Integration Commission. Dr. Gitti, can you clap for him? We have Mr. Singer, Professor. Can we clap for him? Those of us who have come for many conferences here, he is one of the religious attendants, isn't it? He learned something that he'll tell you, but today he has told us he wants to convey, when you talk to each other, then you love each other, isn't it? Can we clap for that? I need the name, but he's from the USA. Give me my piece of paper, I'll get it from there. So that can you come here?
Garrett.
That's what I'm saying. Where is it? Yeah, Mr. Garrett Evans, isn't it? Before I came, it just escaped my memory, but he has told me he grew up in the USA, isn't it? And he is here to talk about gender inclusion. And he is flanked by another colleague. If you are a colleague, stand up. Can we clap for them? And I believe that is Wasa, is it? The gentleman on the corner? Dan Carlos from CIC. Can we clap for him? And when the others, Peter Young and the others are coming, When they come, we recognize them. I want us, with the love of talking to each other, we clap 3 times to welcome our guests to Chuka University. 1, 2, 3. Karibuni sana Chuka. Thank you very much.
Thank you, our CEO, for the introduction. Without much ado, I want to welcome Professor Gishumbe to take over the next session, and this is the one for presentations. They are going to make their keynote speeches, the ones that are here, and later we are going to have still on this podium. So I will request humbly that Professor Singer and I think we are the one. Let us start with you.
Kindly, because we are going to sit down here, can you, the people on second row there, then we give space for the people to sit down. Then you move to the, so we go and sit, and then we see the PowerPoint. Thank you.
And I request Briston to be here, please. Briston, so that we know how we are. Professor Gishombe, karibu. Okay. Mr. Wihenya.
Thank you. Let's have Mr. Peter Wihenya. Let's be clapping as he comes up. Let's give him a... So then the IT people can help him in setting up.
What's easier? You give me Wi-Fi and I send it via email, or you install it? Okay,
Yes.
but then I need just...
The Wi-Fi code.
Yeah, because I don't have internet connection here.
Winston. It's not appearing.
Ready? Habari asubuhi. Yeah. My name is Professor Singer. I come from, I'm stationed in Metamanti, Kenya right now, and my background is in engineering, mechanical engineering. I've taught at several colleges and universities in these subjects, and my specialization over time has been on innovation. I love innovation very much, and I've come to Kenya to share in the knowledge and background and experience that I have, and most particularly in this day and age, the use and enhancement that can be brought by artificial intelligence. It's a big, this is one of the largest, not largest, one of the most important technologies that has come to the world in a long time, and the potential is great, and the potential for Africa is quite great. Many years ago, I established with a friend a cultural center for African and African American history and culture. And one of the things I discovered was the richness of proverbs coming from Africa. And one of my favorite ones was this one: talking with one another is loving one another. And guess where that one is from? Kenya. Okay. Okay. Now, the reason that this is important to us, the title of the speech is meant to address the changes that are taking place in the world, in technology, especially artificial intelligence. Now, the development has taken primarily in the global north, but there are many artificial intelligence systems that are available, many of them for free. That means that the potential for Africa to also pick up on this technology, develop it, and share it and utilize it is quite great. So we're at a fork in the road right now. Do we rely upon the technologies developed in the global north and be led and controlled by it, or take sovereignty and develop it here also? Now, there's a persistent gap, whereas historically we've been limited in access to tools and training and ecosystems. And these Western models have been dominating. And the consequences is that we've been disconnected from local realities, and that has led to dependency. It's led to stalled community innovation. So we're going to work around that. The Dark Invention Academy is working around that and developing systems to work around that and provide training and knowledge and mindset in innovation, invention, and most critically at the bottom, at the root of all of this, is the capabilities to solve problems. Does Africa have a need to solve problems? Yes. And who on the continent is, in the next 20 years, who is primarily going to be solving these problems? Our young people. Our young people, those who are being educated right now, So our position at the Raka Invention Academy is we need to help train and educate and develop mindsets of innovation, problem solving, and invention amongst our youth, especially through education. That's why we've established the Raka Invention Academy. We're at a fork in the road. Which way do we go? Sovereignty or dependence? Okay, I gave you some background about me. I won't go over this slide. Incidentally, at the end, I'll give you a link and you can download a video that we created basically around the same topic, and also the downloadable PowerPoint presentation in case you want to use it or share it or review it. Okay. African cosmology as epistemology, a new compass for innovation. The Raka Invention Academy has established curriculum, learning, lessons, exercises, coaches, artificial intelligence coaches, and apps to be able to expand this. Now, the reason that African cosmology and epistemology is so important is because these were the systems of knowing, understanding, responding to the universe, our positions in life, our role on the planet for eons before Africa was ever colonized. Even, let me share with you just a quick article I saw this morning in the paper. It says, honor and dance for the man of great standing. The group performed the Buola dance, an honor that is reserved for individuals of the highest esteem in the Akoli community. And we're talking about Raila Odinga. Clad in traditional regalia, the group moved in rhythm to the beat of the drums. Buola performed only for those individuals considered to be tuan, or warriors, or oteke, a man of great standing, and this evokes ancestral spirits. So even today, in contemporary African and even Kenya societies, the role and the perception and the connection to ancestral spirits is alive and well. Now, and this is not just Kenya. It's taken place and been taking place all over the African continent. Examples: the Zulu and the Shona have Ubuntu. You know Ubuntu? Yeah. Egyptian Mat. Ethical balance, truth, and cosmic order. Animism or ancestral guidance. Accountability and respect for the natural world. Among the Ashanti, the king's duty was to uphold balance. Among the Igbo, the earth goddess Aya governs morality and balance, punishing injustice and pollution. Among the Yoruba, the concept of Iwapele links truth, justice, and harmony with cosmic order. So these understandings, bodies of understandings and belief, have been present on the African continent far, far back. Far, far back. And our understanding at the Raka Invention Circle and Academy is that this should be the basis, the initial basis for African people moving forward to now develop technologies, understanding, activities, progress, development, also holding these kind of understandings in mind. Understandings from the global north have been crippling, not only to the global north, but to the global south also. Perhaps it's time to chart a new path. Wisdom being passed. Okay, now, I wrote a book called Innovation Now, Master AI for Enhanced Understanding. No, Master AI for Creative Problem Solving. That book is serving as the basis for the courses the online courses that we've developed. And integrated into those courses is this ancestral wisdom and understanding. And I'll lay out to you shortly how that takes place. I've developed a custom AI coach. That coach is something that's available online through all the courses, available anytime a student can click on it and be taken to an artificial intelligence coach that's been developed to master and understand a very broad knowledge of all of the technologies and systems that have been used to enhance innovation, invention, and problem solving. Through artificial intelligence, it's always there. In addition, there are over 100 smaller artificial intelligence apps that we've created that handle particular kind of tasks online, in your pocket, in your purse, at any time that the student wants to refer to them for help and guidance. It lays out examples, quizzes, questions. It's basically an online tutor and guide and mentor. This custom AI coach is always available. And for example, here we show that the body of knowledge that has been fed to this AI coach are innovation handbooks, law references, African proverbs, and a whole body of additional information that are available to the student at any time. Okay. Community-centered practice. Innovation as service. Innovation as service is a little bit different take on how innovation is to be used and taken advantage of. Because when innovation becomes a service, it serves the entire, it's designed to serve the entire community. The model that we've been given from the global north is innovation is being used to enrich companies, individuals, corporations. What happens to everybody else? In most cases, they're left behind and they just become customers. And as far as intellectual property is concerned, they have no rights. They can license it. You can pay for the technology or pay for the information to use it for profit or for business, but the owner is usually one single entity. That system is, in my estimation, not going to serve this continent well. So when innovation becomes a service, then the entire community can benefit. And there are a number of legal and other organizational ways to be able to handle those kind of advances or those kind of methods of sharing. Here's an example of a young lady who discovered that plastic waste is a huge detriment to the world and to communities. So she's learned that, well, I can take agar and I can actually make packaging with it. In the background, the coach is saying, well, as she goes about her development of this innovation, how will this affect the unborn? Think about that. Students in school who go about projects assigned by their teachers or assigned by their innovation groups have a tutor that will, in the background, based upon African epistemology, be asking them questions like, how will this affect the unborn? This thing you're working on, how will it affect the unborn? I can tell you that in the West, when we're trained or going about developing things, no teacher, coach, or anybody else ever asked us those kind of questions. It was all centered on the individual. How can you benefit from this? If people benefit, How can it be made into a saleable product? But our AI coach will ask you, how will this affect the unborn? What would Ubuntu say? Will this align with Ma'at? Innovation coach, always available. Okay, so the long game of sovereignty is beyond mimicry. We want to reclaim intellectual dignity and cultural wisdom. We want to reject extractive IP and planned obsolescence. Planned obsolescence is taking place in other parts of the world. In other words, something is innovated, designed, and invented, but the creators of it want to make sure that it dies quickly so that you can come back, spend more money to get the newest and latest. Even though the one you had would still be operational if it hadn't been designed to basically been designed to fail after a period of time. That kind of thinking will not serve us if innovators in our communities design things that are meant to fail after a period of time. There will be a commitment to durability. The coach will insist that when you make something, make it so that it can be repaired, make it so that it's modular, make it so that it can be fabricated locally, make it so that it can serve particular communities, not just general communities. This is the philosophy driving innovation. Okay, the long game here is for sovereignty. Again, there are, I'm sure you've heard of it, ChatGPT and some of the other large language models.
Prof, you have
Yes.
3 minutes.
Okay, very good, thank you. But there are also free models which can be developed communally. And with those free models comes sovereignty. If you have sovereignty, meaning if you have the power to control what's right around you within your resource pool, then that's the best model, in my estimation, for a development here that would be taking place on this continent in this day and age. Now, for academics, we want to engage in indigenous epistemologies and collaborate on research. For business leaders, we want to partner with grassroots innovators that support ethical AI. We want to champion repairability and open hardware, and use innovation in its true power to restore, connect, and uplift. Now, I won't read this one, but basically, it's kind of a manifesto on how we can do things better. Okay? Any questions?
We shall have the questions after.
Okay. All right, very
Let's
good.
give a
Yeah.
3 factorial to Prof.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Prof.
Okay.
We shall have the engagement later.
Okay, very
Yes.
good.
So we shall have the next presenter, Peter and Sarah. This one.
So good morning, everyone. So Peter Ihenya, Technical Advisor from GIZ Kenya. So today what we are going to talk about is Kenya's green hydrogen journey, opportunities, progress, and road ahead. Now, green hydrogen is a fairly new concept in the technological space, so apologies beforehand because I know it might get quite technical and confusing, but we'll try and make it as simple as possible. So the reason why we are trying to explore green hydrogen is because we would like Kenya to grow into a middle-income economy by 2030. We would also like, as we are industrializing as a nation, to reduce our green hydrogen emissions. And this is addressed in the second nationally determined contributions by Kenya that says that we would like to reduce 35% of our GHG emissions by 2035. So just a short background. Green hydrogen is a gas that can be produced by splitting water, H2O, into two gases, oxygen and hydrogen. And the reason it's called green, it's because it comes from clean energy, basically renewable energy. For example, solar or geothermal or wind. Currently in Kenya, we have an installed capacity of, or basically 81% of our installed capacity is from renewable energy technologies. And the energy mix on a daily basis usually ranges from between 90 to 92% of electricity from renewable energy sources. As a country, our potential for geothermal is 10 gigawatts. Currently, we have only explored around 10%, 900 and something megawatts. So we are still a small economy, but as we seek to explore production of green hydrogen, we want to also explore more of the renewables. So the progress we have so far is there was a green hydrogen strategy and roadmap that was launched by the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum in 2023. And this roadmap basically seeks priority areas and strategies to develop a green hydrogen economy in Kenya from basically now to 2032 and beyond. So it's divided into three sections, 2023 to 2027. The first section is basically to explore easier to achieve targets. And by this I mean one of the areas have green hydrogen be used is in the agricultural sector. So we are hoping that we can reduce 20% of our agricultural fertilizer imports by 2027. That's why we have that target. From 2028 to 2032, we are hoping to now go to production of green shipping, explore other transport applications of green hydrogen. For 2032, of course, is to really advance in this transport sector and also look into production of or decarbonization of industrial sectors, basically by doing something like production of green steel and exploring opportunities for export, like exporting final products from green hydrogen, basically the derivatives, and exporting and making an income and improving the GDP. So in 2024, EPRA, which is our energy regulator, basically means outputs. So an enabler, but you can be able to provide or generate sustainable aviation fuels. You can make ammonia, methanol, and other outputs. So at GIZ Kenya, we have different projects, but they are clustered into, of course, I would say different departments. There is agriculture, there is energy, there is good governance, but I'm specifically talking about energy. So under energy, we have 6 main projects. One is the Green Hydrogen Foundations, another one is H2 Diplo. We have PDP Hydrogen, PTX Hub, PTX Economic Transformation, and Green Hydrogen Lab. For Green Hydrogen we are basically trying to create an environment where we can support the government in creating regulatory instruments to support the development of the green hydrogen agenda. And this comes into play like supporting the Ministry of Energy to come up with regulations. The other one is H2 Diplo. Entails having partner countries strengthened to use green hydrogen and their derivatives to decarbonize their own economies. Then we have the PTX Hub. PTX Hub is where it's a hub that is used for knowledge sharing, basically capacity building for different countries in the world. We have PDPH2, which is used to collaborate with industries in developing countries to develop green hydrogen projects. So it works mainly with the private sector. We have a green hydrogen lab. There is currently a cooperation between the Free State of Bavaria in Germany and Kenya for knowledge sharing, cooperation, and the establishment of a green hydrogen pilot lab in one of the institutions in Kenya. But this institution is a public institution. So we would also want to see a physical lab where not just talk, but people can start producing and experimenting with green hydrogen. Then we have PTX Economic Transformation, which supports development of evidence-based industrial and economic policies, and it works with stakeholders in terms of knowledge sharing. And it also facilitates the knowledge exchange. So the ongoing work, I've mentioned that we are currently looking into making a pilot green hydrogen lab. This will be done at Kengen. It's ongoing work. We are hoping to shape the development of regulations. And all this is done for Kenyans and through our main partner, which is the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum. And we are also hoping that different sectors like finance, land, and energy can come together and make their own sectoral plans for development of green hydrogen so that the final products do not compete. For example, if you're using water, you don't want to compete with a local community in terms of use of that water. So these plans have to come into play. Then we are doing other studies like production of ammonia-based fertilizers, green steel, sustainable aviation fuels. All these studies we are promoting to support the country plan ahead so that they can explore, or we can explore these opportunities. And again, we welcome partnerships and collaborations. That's why we were excited when we were invited to this particular forum. And we are really hoping that it will go beyond this conference, that we can also have other opportunities of engagement. We also do a lot of capacity building, training of people, whether in academia, in the private sector, to prepare for this green hydrogen economy. And we do this with our own projects, the Green Hydrogen Foundation projects, and also PTX Hub. So as I wind up on my part, before I invite Dr. Saralina, these are some of the initiatives that we have. Hope you can see clearly. We have one big initiative in green hydrogen worldwide, as GIZ called Women in Green Hydrogen. And the Kenyan chapter was commissioned in 2024. So it brings about professionals, ladies in the green hydrogen space. And it also offers opportunities for mentorship for females. So if anybody is interested, and especially students, they can always reach out for more on this. as part of training of trainers initiative, we had one recently in July this year, and one of your own staff members, Professor Kamweru, was part of the initiative. He's part of a group of 40 people who are considered master trainers that will be able to train others on green hydrogen. And this group went to Germany, and they were trained. So we would also like to thank the VC for the official nomination. So it clearly shows that Chuka University is willing to support research and innovation. So that's my part. So now I'd like to welcome Dr. Saralina.
Leave it like that. So I apologize already if it's too technical, but I'm the technical expert on that topic, so yeah, I can't get out of my skin. So let me show you a bit more, because we always talk about green hydrogen, and when I first heard the topic after university, hydrogen is a colorless gas. What the hell are they talking about? But the different colors of hydrogen refer to the production pathway. So green hydrogen is the one we focus on, coming from green energy, so renewable energy. And then you use water, as Peter said, H2O, to split it into H2 and then also O2. And the other forms of hydrogen, because it's already an established product in industry, but at the moment usually it's gray hydrogen. So that comes from fossil fuels via steam reforming. So you have methane that is converted to H2 and carbon. But in that process, a lot of CO2 is emitted. So that is not a green product because we have a lot of CO2, and that's the stuff we want to get rid of because of climate change. There are some other technologies, blue hydrogen and turquoise hydrogen, where you use fossil sources to produce the hydrogen, but then carbon capture it into solid carbon, or it's stored underground. I think the possibilities are limited, so that's why we are pushing on green hydrogen, because the technology has to be established for it to be economically feasible. And then what do we do with that? Oh, the colors changed a bit. So, like, hydrogen is one product, but I think none of you has used that in your everyday life. But what you can do from that green hydrogen is to also use carbon to make other products, derivatives. Different reactions for that: Haber-Bosch reaction, Fischer-Tropsch reaction, methanation. And the products or the platform chemicals that come from that. Oh, can't you see my presentation anymore? Sorry. What do I... Can someone help me here, please? Okay. For me because I don't think anybody will hear me. I don't. Yeah. Okay. I can. Yeah. Okay. All right. So the main products then are green hydrogen, green ammonia. You can't hear me, right? Okay. We have green hydrogen, green ammonia. Methane or methanol, and then synthetic hydrocarbons. So these are the derivatives you can get from hydrogen. Why is this important? Ammonia is something you can do in the shipping sector. Ammonia is something you can use in the shipping sector, but is also a first product to produce fertilizer. So sorry. And then methanol is also something that you can use as a shipping fuel. And synthetic hydrocarbons then are also a fuel, for example, for shipping, but also for aviation. So we can make sustainable aviation. Okay, this isn't as nice as I put it. But to go through the value chain again, or through the production process, we start with renewable energy. For sustainability reasons, this should be additional renewable power. So it shouldn't be a village or a town and they have no electricity because the hydrogen production is running next to it. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for additional power. And then from that, you need other resources like carbon, water to produce the hydrogen or nitrogen. Nitrogen is easy because 80% of the air contains of nitrogen. Carbon sometimes is a bit more difficult. You can use CO2 from the air, but there's only a very little bit of CO2 in the air, so you need to process huge amounts of air to get your CO2. So that's why we are currently also looking into different forms of biomass. But with biomass, you again have to be careful that it's sustainable, that you don't use biomass that you could have used as food to produce fuel. We don't want that. And then you have different conversions, chemistry. I will not bore you with that. And then you can go into different pathways. For example, you can make chemicals out of that for food conservation, for the pharma industry, for cosmetics, plastics, also for fertilizers, or you can make fuels out of that, and that is what I've been focusing on in Kenya. So I will talk a bit more about that. If you want to look up some stuff, here are some studies from the PTX Hub. I will give you a moment to scan them. Yeah, they are globally. So here is a general explanation on different technologies, the international policies, and the markets for fuel. Because especially in aviation, we have an international market, right? We want the airplane to be able to get fuel in Europe, but also in Kenya when you fly from Frankfurt to Nairobi, for example. Yeah, then this study is on e-fuels in general, so for shipping and for aviation. And something I personally found quite cool to play around with is the aviation calculator. It's an interactive tool where you can put a flight in, see how much of sustainable aviation fuel you want to blend in to calculate it. Because at the moment the European Union has some blending rules and they will change gradually, so you will need more aviation fuel. And then you can see a rough estimation, how much electricity you need for that, how much water you need for that. And you also get, if you want to understand how the numbers came, there's also yeah, the numbers and the thoughts behind. So check it out. I had fun with that. Yeah, and then on a more Kenyan level, not on the global level, we just did a pre-feasibility study for a potential power-to-liquid plant in Kenya. What power-to-liquid is, I will tell you in a second. In the beginning of October, we just had the validation workshop with the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum. And we will publish it probably in the next 2 weeks or something. So yeah, you can look forward to that, or I'm doing it definitely. And why did we do that? Why are we looking at aviation at all? It's because this is the global demand of kerosene until 2024. It's, measured, of course. This is COVID, of course. But then the demand is predicted to rise still. And since we all want to travel, we are very happy. I'm very happy to be in Kenya, but there was a lot of CO2 emissions for me coming here. Yeah, we still, I want to see the world, but I also don't want to destroy the world with that. So we need more sustainable aviation fuels to make that better. And why is Kenya a perfect place to do that? It's because, as Peter already mentioned, 90% of the electricity grid is renewable in Kenya, and Kenya hasn't fully used the potential yet. So there's a lot of additional energy that is we could possibly use. And why is it also good for Kenya? Because 100% of the kerosene demand used in Kenya is imported. So it can actually also make Kenya more independent on the fuel use and on the energy side. Let me check the time. I should hurry a bit. So in that study, as I already mentioned, you need your renewable electricity, you need water, you need the carbon, and then you have to decide which chemistry pathway you want to use to produce your SAF, your sustainable aviation fuel. And in our study, we looked for the water supply to take that from seawater desalination, to not additionally add to water stress, and to not be taking away water that you would need for agriculture or for people. We looked into 3 different site locations in Olkaria, Nairobi, and Mombasa, because in Nairobi and Mombasa, you of course have the best infrastructure requirements. The off-takers for flights are in Nairobi and Mombasa. And Olkaria, you have the geothermal, of course. And then for the carbon sourcing, we were looking in also different possibilities, but direct air capturing of CO2, so taking it from the air, is very expensive because the technology is new and you have so little CO2 in the air. So here, for that study, we looked into biogenic residues. So for the big cities, Nairobi and Mombasa, municipal solid waste could be something, a sustainable source. And in Olkaria, you have all the cut flower farms, and roughly 30% of a flower go to waste when you make it a cut flower. So that was our thinking here. And now, coming to the topic, okay, what exactly, like, is power to liquid or biomass to liquid or what? So in power to liquid is, the project in GIZ is called PTX, Power to X Hub. That means power to products. And in this case, since aviation fuel is liquid, it's power to liquid. And here, like in clean power to liquid, you really use carbon dioxide, energy, and water, and make liquid aviation fuel out of that. And biomass to liquid, you add this biomass and then have the process. But what is important is you always go via synthesis gas, which is carbon monoxide and hydrogen. And from that, you can go via the methanol synthesis or Fischer-Tropsch to produce methanol or syncrude, and then in the next steps, aviation fuel. And what we are doing now with that study is a mixture of both. That is called PBTL, power and biomass to liquid. Because when you use the biogas way, there's also a lot of CO2 emitted. And here we say CO2 is so expensive to get, and here we emit it. And that's not very efficient. So what we do here is we use the biomass, but add green hydrogen so we can use it all. That is the idea behind that. And then you may have also heard of sustainable aviation fuels from oils, from HEFA. The process is called HEFA process. That is not a power to liquid or biomass to liquid process. That is a biofuel. And it's at the moment, like, a lot of people talk about this because it's the cheapest way. This, I have to admit, is very expensive. This is a bit cheaper. This becomes more expensive. The HEFA is very good because at the moment it's relatively cheap, and you use used cooking oils, and from that you make fuel. And it's so cheap because used cooking oil is actually not so far away chemically wise from fuel, so you don't have to do much. Here you have to do a lot. The problem with it is, for the long term, there's a definite amount of used cooking oil. We cannot fry all our food to make fuel. So it's good to use that now, but for the long term we have to look into that and invest into that to also have this opportunity. And I think with that, I'm already over time. Thank you very much. I hope it wasn't too technical and you had some fun. Thank you.
Let's give Daktari a better hand clap. Apologies, I know we are a bit late in about your homework. I want to invite Enos Weswa. I know you are alive. Karibu, let's give him a hand clap as he comes.
Good morning to all of you. Good morning once again. I don't know if the Vice Chancellor is here. Yeah, sorry, it's my first time to be here, but I'm really excited. So the Vice Chancellor and professors and other dignitaries, and to all of you, I greet you this morning, and I bring greetings from the British High Commission. I work with the UK Kenya Tech Hub. I have come with my two colleagues. You can just stand and wave. And we are really excited to be here. We are really excited to be here. So that is the team, the entire team for the UK Kenya Tech Hub. How many of you have heard of the UK Kenya Tech Hub? Anyone? All right, that's good news for me because I get to preach to those who don't know what we do. But we are a UK government initiative, so we have been sent by the British High Commission to sort of speak and see ways we can support with this, the International Research Conference, the innovation part of it. So without further ado, I will just get to it. All right, it's distorted the font, so don't worry. I'll try and make it as engaging as possible. So what you're looking at is how the UK, rather the British High Commission, how is organized in delivering some of the interventions, especially within the science, tech, and innovation ecosystem. I've forgotten one word which is also very key, entrepreneurship. So there's also entrepreneurship there. So we sit right at the center as the Tech Hub, but we support, we are under a big program called Digital Access Program, which basically deals with infrastructure and digital skills. They work closely with the Ministry of the Ministry of Information, Communication, and Digital Economy. We have another very interesting sister department called the East Africa Research and Innovation Hub. So they tend to really work closely with universities, but it's interesting because they also sort of handle something called Evidence Fund, which supports what we call evidence generation projects, especially in areas where we don't have data. And I'll speak more to it because as the Tech Hub, we also utilize that to really understand what to build next or where to put our interventions. The other bit that I also need to highlight here is, of course, most of you have heard of British Council, right? Yes, I know most of you have heard of British Council. A lot of you confuse the British High Commission with the British Council because of the obvious reasons that British Council has had a very good brand and it's known to people. So the British Council is also part of our pillar, and we work together. They also interact with universities at different levels, but they've also been supporting a lot, especially with the VC and NIL and SIL. So I think I'm seeing the nod, and that's really great. So we are just plugging in to see how best we can achieve very good outcome as well. The rest, I know most of you have taken screenshots, so you can see my colleagues to actually unpack for you what you think is aligned to what you want to achieve. But just in context, because we're in a university setup, we love universities. Let me just say we love universities at the UK Tech Hub. So I know the first slide had something called Startup School. So we worked with Kenya, that's early this year, to sort of bring together it was, I think, 14 universities, and we also had faculty coming in, and we did some training. Now, I know we've dealt with deep science of hydrogen. I was just being taken back to my chemistry class, and I'm just like, this is so deep. And Professor here has talked about innovation from a context of community, which is actually also an excellent elaboration of how we need to think about innovation, real problems. Now, I was a student once, and the thing about students is that they are ready to take on the world. They are ready. They have so much psyche to take on the world that it's amazing. If you give them the right tools, a lot of startups come from universities because they do not have a lot of, their fear factor is lower, if you ask me. When you get a lot of knowledge and you grow old, like some of us, you tend to have breaks. You see, for students, when you tell them, let's go somewhere, they will pack and say, where? But when you ask some of us, we'll ask, where are we going? What time are we coming back? Who will be there? You get what I mean? So we tend to frame a lot of our questions based on our fear factor. But students can take up a lot of this. So this new knowledge, we wanted to also just enhance the understanding that we have technical products to build, which does not necessarily take a business school approach. Okay? So the business school for a long time has been sort of building on talent that will be absorbed by existing businesses. Are we together? Businesses that exist. And I think at some point I was fortunate enough to actually lecture on entrepreneurship and product design. And the curriculum stipulated that the students create what we call a business plan. And I struggled with it because a business plan is for a already existing business. Now, when you are talking about building from ground up a technical product, it requires the creativity part and the innovation part, which is a whole process of how do I create this product to actually get to market. So the commercialization part has been a challenge. So we had to really get the lecturers who are involved to understand that there is, when you're talking about science product, again, they take longer. you've mentioned about how much some of that costs. So the science product take longer. In fact, at SEAL Summit, we were trying to understand from BII. BII is from Denmark. They do a lot of biosciences, okay? So when you look at a bioscience product, their funding, their first year is 1 million USD. For an idea, the second year is 1 million, actually euros, not USD. Another 1 million euros. By the time you are exiting to a corporate, then you've actually absorbed 3 million euros. Anyone here who can give us 3 million for an idea? It's too expensive, right? So again, really looking at our reality, what can we achieve within the scope or within the frames that we have, okay? And so we thought to separate a number of things. One is the local business model that really can't scale as much. Then there's the innovation-driven, which can take a form of science or research, or can take just ideation based on a problem, the creativity bit that we are talking about. Students are very good at the ideation and creativity because we've said they have freedom to think. So the only challenge is that if you give them something, they will flex with their skills, okay? And flexing with their skills means that you create app for problems that don't exist, okay? So they are quick to create apps. But the question becomes, how can we support them in understanding a market challenge? That's where now we thought the startup school can play a very big role in terms of trying to leverage on industry to frame real-life challenge. And I'll give a casing example. 2, supporting students in building those building solutions for those problems. So if you want, for those of you who like writing, I will just give you a statement and reflect upon it. This is the statement. All problems are opportunity to create a solution. But not all solutions have a problem. Okay? If you give someone a hammer, everything becomes a nail. Are we together? And that's the bias we carry, even as students, computer science, and scientists in general, technical people, they tend to have this very technical approach to things. So you build a technical solution and then start looking for problems. Where do we fix? Have you found some of your students who are quite brilliant and they can put together an app, and then they present to you a whole functioning app, and then you ask, what's the problem? And then they look at you, and so there's something that both of them are opportunities. You can leverage on the opportunity of that ability to develop that, but you can imagine if they develop in using problems that do exist. So startup school tend to capture this path. I just wanted also to bring some new knowledge and what we sort of modeled around startup school. It's basically from idea, there's prototyping, and then there's MVP. And we're trying to see how we can get students to get to MVP. And I'll tell you, when you listen to the hydrogen story, it tends to be a longer route. And that's a fact. And there's no problem with that, because if you can do a hydrogen solution, you become a billionaire, okay? It takes a lot of money, but also it carries a lot of weight. Are we together? So we are not saying we have a science route, but also we are saying there are apps. And I will just show that the university play a big role. So this is my second last slide, so I'm just about to finish. Now, the question about why university is very key, is that we get talent from university. And that's why we are passionate about university. Now, when you look at the diagram on my right, which is your left, I tried to map out where we started as startup ecosystem. Now, the other new word that I like, I'm a startup, I look at myself as a preacher of what startup exactly is, okay? So I'll just define startup as innovation-driven or technology-driven enterprise with an ability to scale. Now, what we have come across mostly is digital startups, digital technology startups, from payments, M-Pesa, and all that, which essentially they require not so much money in the lab, but they require a lot of technical skills to put together. Are we together? So it's a low-hanging fruit that our students can really leverage to actually create some solution. Now, when you look at how it started in 1994, I don't know how many of you were there, but for those of you who are there, how many of you remember Africa Online? Okay, at least the first row, which is fine. So these were university students, okay? But you see where they got a lot of this sort of mindset. One was from Harvard, another one from Cambridge, and another one from MIT. I think in my presentation it will really be great to put there Chuka University as have gotten some solution out of this. Now, another thing that draws our attention, you've seen iHub, you remember Ushahidi, they came. Now, there's DPO there, up there. DPO was also a digital technology. And this, I want to frame why industry is playing a very big role and how we need to work together, is that this gentleman was given a very simple task by Kenya Airways, okay, to develop an online booking platform, something now a computer science students will put together in a matter of seconds. I can assure you that. So at that time, they were told to do that, and they did just that. But you see, the opportunity that it brought is that there was a challenge with the payment. Are we together? So you can book online, but the payment cannot be done. They decided to build the first online payment platform, DPO. Guess how much they exited or they sold? Exit is selling a company to a willing buyer who wants to actually use it. Industry again. It was the biggest exit we had in Africa at the time. $288 million. I wanted to add the dollars so that you know how much that money is to be the biggest exit. So again, for this technical product, they have some sort of exit, okay? So that's the new knowledge we were trying to get to inspire students to actually think of. Build something that can go to market, scale, and can exit. As simple as that. Not every solution will actually exit. Other solutions, like the hydrogen, can actually be, the biggest user can be the government, and they have a lot of money. So one paycheck can get you, yes, you get what I mean, but it's taken you a longer time. So that was the exit. Now, let's look at Wezatele. Wezatele is far at the end. I don't know if you can see here. All right? So, as I finish, Wezatele was a student-led innovation. Now, Hilda Mora was a student at Strathmore. He went to an attachment program at Coca-Cola. And during her internship, she was given a real challenge to solve, being a BBIT student, and she fixed it. That inspired and informed her to actually start Wezatele. Guess how much it was acquired? In fact, it didn't develop with this big startup you hear, and I'm sure that's why you're not, most of you don't know it. But for those who are old, when Obama came to Kenya, there was a mega announcement. That was the announcement that a student from Strathmore was selling her company at worth 150 million. That's Kenya shillings. If you're a student and you get 150 million Kenya shillings, what will you do? Yes. But guess what? Once an entrepreneur, always an entrepreneur. She went ahead to form her first company, her second startup. How many of you have heard of Pezesha? Yes, so again, this is also a call to those who are entrepreneurs or want to run startups. The ecosystem is so small that you can actually understand who's doing what and who has inspired what. So right now, Pezesha is valued at about 250 million USD. Okay? And Pezesha was funded by one of UK government, I'll say, initiative called FSD to a tune of 4 million USD. That's about 400 million Kenya shillings, okay? You can imagine. So I'll stop my story there, but this was just to inspire. And just on the other side, I listed a number of student-founded startups that you can check. I've dealt with so many students who founded startups. One is, of course, FlexPay, who came through Nairobi Innovation Week. So that's why I'm always vested in Innovation Weeks. And I will tell you, I think Chuka University, you are doing something very good and very right, and we are happy to support. Because again, the other person that I would want to highlight, I've highlighted Pezesha. MarketForce was also from an incubation center at University of Nairobi called C4D Lab. And I know most of you know about Kenya. So that's Dr. Tony Omwanza was one of those who supported that. And the list is endless. So if you want more inspiration to actually start a solution that we can take it to the next level, I'm here to have a chat with you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
You don't even need to go back. You can take a seat here.
Oh, okay.
Before he takes a seat. Colleagues, I want to introduce one of our external guests today because we introduced all of them. Enos and your colleague from the UK Tech. Can you stand up so that we can give you a welcoming clap, isn't it? This, can we do the same way we did for the other? 3 hearty ones. 1, 2, 3. As we are very delighted through Sipola Mdoi for you to be present in this conference, and you'll take an opportunity also to learn. We are the only university that has constructed a startup science park in Kenya. City for Love was a small one. I came from the University of Nairobi. The biggest building you'll see there is called Science Park. And therefore, I'm also have my right to complain that you trained others and left us out. We are the biggest university in Mount Kenya East. And therefore, you'll solve that debt today. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
You see the way we are inspired, because I'm also passionate on innovation. The problem of Africans is that we only think of proti and ngombe. na mahindi. Well, which mahindi unaweza lima upata 150 million? Hakuna. So is it? So because I think we've talked so much with Zipporah about intellectual property. Now you see the real thing. So we are very happy. Actually, we are very inspired to hear from you and all the other particular speakers. So I know we are so much behind time, so that's why you see I'm taking corners. I didn't even let you sit. Dr. Edna, you can come here. We just want to have a small, because you remember you asked about questions. Come here, Prof. You take a seat together with Dr. Sarah and Engineer Peter.
So we just want to have a small conversation, so that it is very, very brief, because I know time is not with us. 20 minutes, Daktari. So, and we want to talk about. Let this one be here.
So we just want to talk about something small on contemporary issues in science and technology. Who knows the theme of this year's conference? So you're prepared for the conference, but you don't know the theme. But let me remind you, it's about leveraging technological solution in research, training, and innovations, what we've been told, for sustainable development. So now, technology has moved on so much. There are things that are contemporary, like energy. Waihenya and Daktari here, she's a chemist like me, and I'm very proud. So first, Enos talked about something very interesting, about the fact that we find solutions for problems that don't exist. So I want to hear it from Peter first. What's the problem with energy in Africa before I come to Daktari? In terms of green hydrogen, how do we move from, you and me Africans, cutting down trees to adopting green hydrogen? Give him the mic.
Yes. Allow me just to start in a different way. Yes. First of all, it's my belief that innovation really stems from the university. And I have seen this firsthand from Europe, and especially from Denmark, where the industry works very closely with the university because you have resources to develop innovations. Some of these innovations that you see thriving globally, even in energy, some have emanated from university, and that close collaboration between universities and the industry. In terms of energy, I would say energy is an equalizer to begin with. It gives everybody an opportunity. We are working towards, as a nation and also as the world, to go towards 100% universal energy access. Kenya, we are privileged. We are, I don't know the correct figures, but we are more than 76%. But still, the larger part of Africa, we have around 600 million people who do not have electricity. And I would say, if as a country, as a continent, we do look into energy to create this enabling environment, to create industries, we can really create opportunities even for business, for education, for healthcare, and uplift the dignity of people. So I think it's more of having a mind shift where we look into energy as an enabler for solving many of our issues as a country. Yeah.
Thank you. That's awesome. For Daktari, I want Daktari Swahili for.
I know. I learned that.
So at least I'm happy you answered Swahili. So how different is your experience of the green hydrogen in Germany? Because I know Bavaria, they are so and in Kenya. How different is that particular experience?
That's a good question. I feel in Germany at the moment the political situation is they're going away from all that path. And I feel like that Kenya is more into it. And then half political, half technology-wise, you have more sun and you have more opportunities to do that. And Germany is dependent on countries like Kenya or on other southern countries to import the products then. So that's why we are also so focused on methanol or on fuels, because them you can ship, and hydrogen you cannot transport so good to Germany. But that's the big difference. Kenya has all the opportunities, just get started, and Germany got started a bit maybe, but it doesn't have all the opportunities. We are dependent on you.
Thank you. Now, the other question I was asked is about opportunities for collaboration. You've heard we have a very big building there, the Science Park. So we want to put you on the spot. So what opportunities that we do to make sure that the green hydrogen, Chuka becomes a center of excellence in green hydrogen? Any one of you can handle that.
I can start, yeah. I mean, something we started already, that our very own Professor Kamweru is a certified Power-to-X trainer now. So I think that's the first part, yeah.
We can clap for that.
Yes, applaud for that. I think that's the very first thing, to bring the knowledge, to talk about this, and then when more students have the knowledge about it, then more innovation comes from that. We just learn.
Just to add on to that, I know in my presentation I had mentioned 40 master trainers, but in actual sense there were a select few, another 15, and Professor Kamweru was part of these 15 that went to Germany. So you do have a big resource first year to train other people, and he's certified, of course, a PTX trainer. And the other thing is, this is just the beginning. As I say, the industry is very young. So it's good to have this engagement, because now in our minds we already know, or we have already started mapping out opportunities for collaboration. So we will be engaging the university more, even in roundtables with the larger industry, to basically see how we can drive the green hydrogen conversation forward.
Thank you. So I want to welcome Dr. Edna to continue from there.
Okay, thank you, Prof. So my name is Dr. Edna To, from the Computer Science Department. So probably my questions would be to Professor Singer and Enos here. So probably one of the talks that you've been talking about, I'll ask a question related to that. And since artificial intelligence is one of the technologies that people are talking about currently, so do we really need AI? And or we are creating solutions in search of problems. So probably that can be answered by Professor Singer and Enos here.
All right. I love the question, and I'll just add again, just to the hydrogen conversation, is that what we've seen to be very, very key is a university defining and digging deeper into a cluster they believe they can actually make a difference. And I think you've talked about Germany, you've talked about Denmark. Is that realization of a cluster, that this is ours and we can make a difference? It allows you to attract industry very well, to build resources, to actually dig deeper, and very serious solutions come from there. And so I have no objection that actually if hydrogen would be a cluster that you can frame and get a lot of resources around. The other thing is that, again, it's a value proposition for the hydrogen conversation, is that AI is expensive. And it's looking for a lot of energy. It's an energy consumer. So whenever you're talking about AI, I love this conversation, because this is energy and the consumer of energy, which is AI. We have very limited GPCs around and infrastructure to power AI. But I believe AI is a tool, is not the it, is not a product. it is a tool that has done already amazing work. So whether AI is actually existed for some time. It's actually a means. It's the same way with technology, and that's why I think we pick on digital and AI, because in sort of accelerating things to market, AI and digital is quite quick. It's not like the lab research science, which is heavy on resources, but also can give you a lot of money. So it's a big opportunity, and trust you me, we are also looking for AI experts in terms of building a number of solutions around a particular cluster. So you use it with a good understanding for a cluster. So let's say, for instance, health tech. Health tech uses a lot of AI, even just genomics. The other thing, I think one of the startups I've actually had an opportunity to support and to mentor is called, I'm forgetting the name, but the Aurora Health. They basically discovered that when you use a KG machine, the ones it monitors you, and there are all these graphs. To actually get a human being to look at those graphs and interpret is a nightmare. You can actually talk about a whole kilometer of reading. Okay? So you can imagine if you train an AI to do that, it reduces that cost. And that's how AI is actually enabling many other. The same way when you're doing hydrogen, AI can actually monitor quite a lot to actually make it happen. So it's just how you use it. Thank you.
Yeah. Can you repeat the second part of your question?
So the question was, is AI, are we really creating solutions in search of problems?
Creating solutions in search of problems.
Was AI driven
Do we really need AI?
by a problem?
Or
Or it is
are we
becoming,
creating
it is easy to solve?
solutions in search of problems?
From my point of view, AI is a tool, as you had mentioned. AI is a tool which leads us powerfully on the path to solving problems. The human is the AI is the intermediary. The human is the endpoint, and the solution is the endpoint. So yeah, personally, I find it extremely useful. In the apps that we're developing, right now the primary suppliers of AI-powered things, is largely taking place in the West and the North. But they, in getting it developed, this is an infant technology in its infancy. So it's in their interest to be able to spread it widely throughout the world, basically for free, because they see solutions and applications springing up which will enable their further development. These new technologies, you can start with seed money to get it going, and then solutions start coming in. So from our point of view, in developing the coaches that we have and the AI apps that we have, they're providing the platform, and the students who will be using the AI apps that we're using are being powered freely by these larger companies like ChatGPT and Google and Anthropic and places like that. They're letting us use their things for free, so the student simply establishes an account. We've set up the AI app. It's powered by them, and trust me, they're listening to all of this. All of this traffic and information that's going on, and they aren't stupid. They'll use that information like, oh, that's a good idea. And they'll have their computers monitoring all of this chat. That's why, from our point of view, we're looking at sovereignty. Yes, maybe African countries do not have the infrastructure, the wealth, the networks, the things like that to do it. But we have a lot of smart people here. And where you take somebody who's smart and they get an idea, they will find the money to get infrastructure to further build it up. So that leaves a lot of room for sovereignty and innovation. which is why we're pushing so heavily for innovation. And you know, my director at the Rocket Invention Circle is here, and you know, I've been working closely with her. Yeah. In answer to that question, Miriam Muthoni, the director, would you like to mention something?
Okay, how are you? Yeah, because of time, what he has said, we cannot do without AI, as we are talking now. So we have to appreciate it, and we have to work with it as far as the university is concerned.
Thank you. The last question, then we invite the questions from the audience.
Okay, still in regards to AI, as we've said, I think both of you have said, AI relies on data. So one of the challenges that we have is not even access to these data, but the data governance and the data policies that exist in acquiring these data. So as Kenya or as African countries, are we really doing justice, or is our data governance framework doing as justice in regard to technology evolvement with AI, or is it slowing us down? So probably that is something that you can, Enos and Prof can comment about. Thank you. And probably as you also talk about that, I'm very interested in AI. So, and I know you're talking about AI. So are you open for collaborations? Thank you.
Quickly, I think one, there's a number of things that we've sort of been trying as the UK government. At least from the UK perspective, I know and GIZ actually, GIZ really worked on the AI strategy. We supported it at to an extent, but we also had the AI policy that we were working on. But what we actually discovered is that we needed to firm up on a data policy, because data is the key. But what we've done, we also are cognizant of the fact that some of the regulations are working for us, especially data sovereignty, in terms of hosting that data. As Prof has said, data sovereignty is very key. But you see, again, infrastructure challenges will come into play. Like, we do not have enough GPUs and data centers where we can actually, I know Konza have a data center, and the sort of is resourced, but some key data is supposed to be stored here in Kenya, which is one of the key milestones we've had. And just activating the data office, data protection office, which again you can collaborate so much. We have an AI program, which I think it will be important to actually introduce you to. There's AI Challenge Fund, and we have an AI Center of Expertise, which is also in Nairobi, and they've gotten some significant funding that we could introduce. But they are actually also looking just for use cases, but we are actually challenging them to look for not only use cases, but commercial use cases of AI, because there are opportunities for commercial here.
Thank you. Prof, can briefly comment before we take?
Yeah. This is essentially where the Rocket Invention Circle and the Rocket Invention Academy are coming in, because we want to get these types of technologies into the hands of the youngest continent demographically in the world. Believe me, we have a lot of brilliant young people that are just waiting, hungry for the opportunities to build and create. Isn't that true? It's true. It's true. And this is a young continent. And what I've seen from the business world, money will fly to something if it's good, if it has potential. This continent has huge potential. It almost doesn't matter if we have big infrastructure right now. Guess what? Other people do, and other people have money, And other people are not stupid. They see the opportunities to make money. You start getting innovation skills in the hands of hundreds of millions of young people. You don't think there's some excruciatingly brilliant young people out there that can see things we haven't even imagined yet, that will be funded. So, to my point of view, don't worry about it.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, what I would like to answer. There's something we call mindset. We need to change our mind. We need to note that how much money do you use every day to open your data and go to TikTok, tweet us, talk to your friends, follow Riders Barrier. How much money have you been using? So kindly can we change our mind? AI does not use a lot of money, but it is only in our mind. Asanteni.
Thank you. That was a good comment. Now, I want to open it to questions. Because of time, you see, we are so much far behind. I'll only entertain 3 questions. One from a student. Who is ready? For the student.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Muthoni Mwangi. I am a student here at Chuka University. I'm doing a PhD in midwifery, and I'm also a teacher. For us trainers, especially when we are training the healthcare workers, would like them to get hands-on experience. And there's a very, very high temptation, especially when you give assignments. You tell the students you would like them to go to the wards, clerk patients, do write-ups, and your intention is to give the student the hands-on experience. Sometimes I'm a little bit worried because, of course, the AI will give the shortcut, because the shortcut will do everything for you. It will even give you the patient's name. And then how am I assured that my student is going to learn the hands-on experience, which is my actual intention? Because when you go to the field and when we are clerking patients, when we are getting, especially when we are doing health assessment, would like the student to really clerk the patient, because of course what the AI will say about the patient's condition, the patient might tell you an addition which will drive you to doing the appropriate treatment. Could you kindly speak to this? Thank you.
Enos, can you handle that? Because that one I know even Dr. To can handle. But Enos, faster.
Yeah, I think the next layer of jobs are going to demand, and we've seen this, that people are going for experience as opposed to basically writing reports and academic papers. AI, many people are saying it's going to take away jobs, but it's not necessarily true, because the human part of the intervention is the most critical bit. And remember, humans are the ones who are training this. So there's a limitation, and even your next hire, I think it will be very interesting what sort of questions you'll be asked. It might not be, I am doing a master's program, and in that, of course, they have thought about how to handle the AI part. So you have to basically switch on your camera and present what you've actually just done. And I think a lot of us is now the human engagement that people are going to focus on. That human engagement. Interviews won't be no longer the same way we are thinking. So as I just add, the thinking is different. And we actually are thinking maybe there's an easier way out. Perhaps it's going to be harder, because now you can leverage on something, but what will come out is now the human innovation, ingenuity, and that practice that is required. Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Ari can comment.
So maybe I can comment on something small. Probably one question to the nurse trainer there would be, are you using AI yourself? Because if you're not, then it means even of you, and you'll be teaching things that are not relevant to her or him. So probably one of the things that we can do ourselves is to also adapt to the changing world. So if we are going the AI way, then all of us have to accept to go the AI way. Thank you.
Thank you. The second question, we are so much behind on time. Another student, there was an offer for, good, give him the mic. Then another two, very fast. Just one.
Thank you. My name is Lumumbo Andera Victor, doing Master of Science in Applied Statistics. I have one question here. With the emergence of artificial intelligence, machine learning, the large language models, we develop machine learning models to do prediction. At some point, the explainable AI in the explainability. So sometimes some of these models, they are never correct. We don't get 100% accuracy, precision, and recall and all that. Now let's say I've developed my model, I've integrated XAI, and we are deploying this model maybe in a hospital or in a clinic, which is supposed to be used over there. And let's say a patient comes for screening, and we end up diagnosing the patient, but we wrongly diagnosed the patient because the model we developed was not 100% accurate. Who should take the full responsibility of the person who developed the model or the person who is
Yes.
I think we should not have any other question.
I can use this mic. I stand here to answer that question because I work in a clinic. The same way, where is the dean? We practice. Let me tell you, there can be misdiagnosis even with the doctors. Forget about the AI. Misdiagnosis. And since I am also a person who has interfaced with AI, you use the ratio of 70-30, isn't it? Or something like that, to train a machine. What you do there, you are trying to mimic a doctor to actually diagnose based on data fed in. The opposite is this. You train doctors who would interface with the patient, get the data from the patient live, and then we do differential diagnosis and arrive at a diagnosis and treat you. If you don't analyze properly the live data from the patient, you can also misdiagnose. If you don't train the machine properly, it will just use the data fed in and misdiagnose. So trash in, trash out. Therefore, it's a matter of continuously training the machine to improve its diagnostic capacity. Doctors, we have interns. We try to suck the experience from the experienced doctors because some diseases almost have the same signs, and then somehow, with the experience and the level of the diseases around the area, then we are able to enhance our experience and treat properly. So misdiagnosis can be there in both sides, but the doctors also need to evolve with the AI, because now the way we used to analyze all the differential diagnoses, the AI can take them and give us the most likely tentative diagnosis within a minute, instead of us revising all the other diseases. And then we use our intellectual capability to treat appropriately. Thank you.
I know we really like to engage. It's very exciting, but because of time, we want to that. Let's give them a 3 factorial. So as they take their seats, I want to welcome Dr. Samuel Chege. So it's okay, you can have your seats. Thank you so much.
our chief guest, Dr. Diti, our VC, allow me to use already established protocol and greet you. Good morning.
Good morning.
God is good.
All the time.
And all the time.
All is good.
My name is Dr. Samuel Chege, the registrar in charge of academic affairs. And because of time, I, through our chief guest and the VC, allow me to inform these delegates why Chuka University is unique. Why are we unique? We are unique because of three things. That the council and the VC guided the university, that we have three key pillars. The first pillar, academic excellence. The second pillar, what we are doing today. We focus on research, innovation, enterprise, and sustainability. Actually, I was getting moved when the presentation was being done here on sustainability and how we can use the sun. And our VC has taken that initiative to make sure that we have solar energy. Can we clap for him? The other pillar, how many students are here? Kindly, if you are presenting, you are a student. Esa Kamero, you are a student. Raise up your hand. You can see how many they are. Student welfare. We involve them. That's why somebody this morning asked whether we are a private or public. Because we focus on our student. But why are we here today? I have only one word to say. We need to form new collaboration. The outcome, joint research, grant proposals from here. Kindly let us form those groups so that we are inspired and we are sharpened. With those many remarks, let me invite our registrar, Dr. Peter Opio Mabubi. Let's clap for him.
All protocol observed, good morning. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to look at the face of researchers. The essence of research is to solve societal problems. The essence of research is to create an output that addresses emerging issues and creating better efficiency. And it's because of those tenets at Chuka University, we appreciate all of us and feel most welcome. Today I've had normal words, but in a different way, and I'm very excited. I've had the issue of innovation, I've had the issue of AI and technology, I've had the issue of startups, I've also had the issue of inclusivity and cohesion, and I can tell you it's quite exciting. But the most exciting bit is the presenter by Professor who talked about 280 million USDs, 250 million USDs. 150 million USDs, I was listening, and I'm therefore thirsting for more. I'm thirsting for more, and by the time you leave this place, let's engage and say, where is the money? The money is in research. Thank you so much. May I take this opportunity to invite our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Administration, Finance, Development and Planning, Professor Kindiki, to come and talk to us. Karibu Jonah. Can you give me a better clap? Thank you so much.
Our chief guest, the Vice Chancellor, professors present, our lecturers with us, the students, the invited guests, researchers, trainers, innovators, and friends who are in this conference. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jonah Kindiki. As I've been introduced, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Administration, Finance, Planning and Development. May I take this opportunity, because you have also been welcomed here before, to welcome you in this conference on leveraging technological solutions in research, training, and innovations for sustainable development. From my part, I would say that Chuka University is honored to participate in this, or to host the participants in this very important conference. Taking note that we have invited people from various institutions, different regions of the world, and different countries. And your presence to us is very important in this gathering, and we warmly assure you of our hospitality as a university. Your comfort and your safety, safety is very important, and we have taken care of that in the arrangement that we have already made and the provisions that are there. This year's theme is very important and both timely and significant because we are focusing on technology, which continues to reshape how we learn, how we conduct our research, and respond to global challenges. From advancing climate resilience, smart agriculture, to improving digital learning, as we have heard from various speakers, and research methods of teaching, especially doing research in the university. Therefore, technology remains a very important bridge between ideas and actions. I like one of the speakers who talked about the opportunities and the solutions, and the vice versa, because we are talking of ideas and also action. Also between knowledge and the real action. Sometimes our students, researchers, and professors, we have a lot of knowledge that we carry in our head, but how to translate that knowledge to make some real impact in the society becomes a challenge. That's why as a university, we need to translate what we discover in our findings in research and how we translate that to make some impact in the society. So the goal of this conference is to exchange knowledge, to build capacity, also to strengthen collaboration and network across various disciplines and innovation, so that in our institution we have dialogue and partnership that aims to inspire people, especially the young generation, the young people, especially the students, and also professors and other people who are involved in research for effective innovation, and that contributes to sustainable development. Behind the scenes, we have been organizing and working very diligently, having in place the logistics of operations, so that we have a successful conference, and we have equipped the halls, as you can see, and on behalf of the Division of Administration, to say that our facilities are fairly good, fairly modern. I don't want to use the word exceeding expectation. That's why when visitors come to Chuka University, they ask all sorts of questions. Is it an hotel? Is it a private institution? All these questions arise because of the modern facilities that are in place, and that can be translated to be an hotel if you want it. It can be a private institution if you want it. But I want to declare that Chuka University is not an hotel. It's not a private institution. It is a public institution, but the facilities are of some standards and some excellence. We want to thank you, Vice Chancellor, through your leadership and the council of this university, to have seen it wise to provide such facilities so that when our guests come from wherever they come from, within Kenya, outside Kenya, they appreciate the good facilities that we have provided. Secondly, we have also put in place the security and the well-being of all our guests, our visitors, and even us who are here, who work here, the lecturers and the students and the members of staff, so that we feel safe. And safety is very important protocol as far as we are concerned. Finally, I would like to encourage everyone to participate actively, share ideas, ask questions, as we have seen in just the concluded session, which has ended before we took up the stage, and form partnerships that continue beyond this academic exercise. And I believe that through this partnership, that I'm going to go beyond this conference will help Chuka University, our friends, and network that goes beyond the eastern region of Kenya to the whole nation, Kenya, and even that translates to go beyond overseas in all parts of the world. For this reason, I want to take this opportunity to say that we are going to use this platform to generate technological solutions that promote innovation, sustainability in our communities and beyond. Once again, welcome, and I wish you a very productive and inspiring conference. May God bless you, and thank you very much. And at this juncture, I will welcome my colleague, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics, to come and say something. Thank you so much. May God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Our guest of honor, our Vice Chancellor, inviting guests, delegates, and my colleagues, students, I greet you all. Good morning. This to me is a delightful morning. I feel elated that there is this conference occasion has come to be, in that when we first consulted about it, and even if we thought about the theme, the consultation, we were thinking other things, but when we agreed, I told the director of research, this is a God-given theme. I thought about that because I believe in this conference, we're going to be dealing with an issue of technology in contemporary times that demands us to understand the concept of change. Because almost everywhere in the world now, almost everything has changed. We're talking of environmental change, climate change, social change. Everything has changed, including in the house where you and your wife or you and your parents or your relatives stay. Things have changed. You're not correlating, interacting, or doing things the same way we did before. It is therefore very important that at this juncture, we think about how we manage change in our respective context for us to ensure sustainability of our society. We need to be there tomorrow. Even as we may think about technology, a time was we thought of wonderful technologies in Europe. Today they are obsolete. There are times, there are technologies that were brought over here, even by the World Bank. They were implemented. Some were called structural adjustment programs. I think some of you remember them, in a way to try to solve the kind of economic context we were living in at that time. They failed because the change as a context. And it's important that we all realize, even as we discuss the solutions, the technological solutions that we have, that they must be contextualized at every other moment. When you have to think about AI, when you have to think about other types of technologies, because AI and the interactive technologies are not the only emergent technologies. We have a variety of technologies that are applicable in different contexts of our lives. We are called upon to think generally about the human being who, in one way or another, has in a way managed through time to put himself at the center of focus on earth. He has forgotten that he is coexistent with other beings like animals. He is coexistent with other systems that are there. In a way, we must be able to look at the emerging technologies and how they apply in totality so that we may see where we are going to take the world tomorrow. As we do what we are doing today and practice what we are practicing, we are called as a university or as a body of academia to investigate the questions that border on asking, where are we? And how did we arrive here? Where are we going? And how do we go where we are going? It's very important for us to ensure we have goals that are very clear and we have thought about them so that as we go where we are going, we don't mislead ourselves and as well mislead others. It is important to look at the benefit, the pros and cons of what we are doing, and honestly be brutal to scrutinize the technologies that we are putting or are approving or even recommending, and ensure that we do proper research so that we can be able to answer every integral question in a manner of ensuring that the technologies are applied appropriately to ensure that the future we bequeath our stakeholders is a sustainable future. And that is why we said the theme of the conference is therefore that we are leveraging technology for training, for research, for extension, for innovation, for what? For enabling sustainable development. That must not be lost. In every activity, in everything we do, let us focus on ensuring when we have changed the world, the technologies that we are using and the ideas we are applying, we have a sustainable future. Otherwise, we end up with a nose-diving ship or other plane, and when we nose-dive, it will be disastrous. So futuristic consequences also need to be investigated and mitigated before they can come on board. Otherwise, I want to invite you to Chuka University as the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academics, research, and student affairs. I deputize my Vice Chancellor, and I'm very proud to have a leader in the industry, or academic industry, who is a researcher in his own respect. I consider him a very good a leader, and also my colleague, my partner, and we have worked together. Before we came to Chuka University, we found ourselves somewhere else. And when we came here, we agreed. We're going to work together to make the Chuka University. Now, allow me a few minutes, 1 minute or two, to say one thing. That we did not come here because we were the one who made it. Chuka University was there before. There are those who founded it. It is founded on a prophetic dispensation that began when God himself determined this university must be here. I don't want to forget as that, and I want to tell you all that are coming to Chuka University for the first time that you are also a product of prophecy. You are prophetic to be here, my sister from Germany. Yes, because that lady in 1951 foresaw you coming. She actually seated in a small church around here, said that in this place will be a mountain of academics, an academic mountain, and today a mountain is. So when we are asking, is this a private university or is it what? This is a product of what God saw and enabled men and women of courage and purpose to actually put their minds together and say, we are going to do it. And so, welcome to Chuka University, a prophetic university of its kind that is no equal to any other. So, I want to welcome you because he said, birds will fly from all over the world, they will come and perch here, they will eat of the fruits on this mountain, and they'll be happy and fly away back to where they came from joyfully. I want to welcome you to enjoy the fruits of Chuka University and flying back joyfully. Karibu sana. Now it is my humble duty to invite our Vice Chancellor to come and to launch this meeting and invite our guests. Karibu sana.
Thank you, thank you. I'm happy because you have tackled one of my speech. That is very good.
Thank you very much. Lighting on all protocols, allow me in a special way to actually thank our guests who found time. We don't take it for granted that you found time to be with us. I want also to thank the organizers for this conference led by my Deputy Vice Chancellor, the Director, and the board that put up this conference. And on their behalf, I want to apologize for small technical itch that came. I could see Sarah. I've worked with Germans very much. I saw you getting tense that the tech was not, and we shall improve in future. So when you go, don't talk about that. Drop it. I also want to thank my Senate, management, and the staff, the students from Chuka University, and those who have found it fit to put abstracts to us. Let's clap for them. They made the conference. Having said and given the thanks, I have actually innovated. I will not read. I'll just summarize it. I'll go step by step and move it forward. Number 2, I want to define Chuka, but it has already been defined by my deputy. So first, take that definition. We are prophetic university prophesied in 1951 by a lady who used to live in this compound. So take it, it has been expounded. Number 2, in terms of research, we have a niche. This is what you'd be wanting to listen to. Now let's come into relevance. Our niche is entrepreneurship and environmental sustainability. Even if you don't go home with anything else, this is who we are. And I will define how we have become of that. That becomes my third point. How has Chuka then presented itself globally and nationally and regionally on those niche? 1, we found it fit to create a science park. The motivation of that science park is to identify innovations, and we give them the room for startups. And we grow them to wherever they will be. Some will make a kill out of it, they'll make money. Others will have innovations that will impact on society. And others will be bought out, like the way you said, they will be bought, isn't it? So, when I see UK Tech here, that is where I would want, even in your free time, be taken there and see. We have very good modern laboratories and facilities. And towards that head, we are even working with KEBS to ensure that our labs are accredited so that they can offer that. Number 2, we have a technology innovation science office led by Madame Zipola. Where are you? Led by Madame Zipola. And out of that, we try to identify and enable our students to think, and we grow them. Pamela, where are you? Where is Pamela? Pamela is one of the students who wanted to create sanitary pads from the remnant of our banana stem, the fiber. And Pamela has been mentored by Zipola there, at the group, Kishumbi is there. And Pamela, her idea now has become national. The president, they gave 3 million to her. Another person came here. A person gave her 1.3 million, and therefore she is now on the way of the growth, the startups you're talking about. In computing, we learn a lot of hackathons that usually solve health problems, led by Professor Mwandi. They are led also Edna Tor there. So we are using the machine learning to solve health issues and they interface with the School of Nursing and that, so that now they can be able to solve some real-life solutions, especially helping the hospitals to diagnose and treat tuberculosis properly. 2, malaria, isn't it? Malaria, and then they are also capacity building the hospitals around these counties in terms of better management of health services. Read by Professor of Midwifery, one Lucy Tonga. Can you stand up? We acknowledge you. Where is Edna and Mwanzi? You can stand, we acknowledge you. Can we clap for them? Now, applied statistics is not BID. We have a center for data, right, in this place that you would want to go and see from some Moledi. They are the ones dealing with malaria, predictions and all that. It's from here. And then they also in business school. You all might have read the history. John Tingoi, he was the quantum computing champion for Chuka University. He became the champion for Kenya. He became the champion for Africa. And he became number 3 worldwide in Singapore. So, and this, I want to mention something. In terms of predicting stock market and everything, the return on investment, the alpha, the super alpha created, it was the best in the world. So that area, he became number 1. And therefore, we are not just talking. We are producing solutions. That's what I wanted to say. We have put our stamp in those areas. And even money, we have started, our ideas have started bringing money to us. We recently got a grant of €1,059,000 for food security. We got another one for water management, €500. We got another one for business, €1 million on the same. So Chuka is not joking. We left the stocking, and therefore we want you to train us, because now you can see real results. So we are also concentrating on environmental sustainability, and this is going on. Health, that one we are doing very well there. And I've talked about now our breakthroughs, like the Pamela and the other one. So I feel very delighted to be now a workshop that really talks about what our students are doing. And therefore, I would love that you sit back, listen to what we have, and then grow it. That startup you are talking about model, then teach them with results from universities. CD for Love, I am very happy with it. I came from the University of Nairobi. We started it. And within the University of Nairobi, I also had very good research in the area of my area. We were also within the CD for Love. So I am happy. Now, from CD for Love, we want a science park. That is why we went ahead of them. The other one, governance. We facilitate research and researchers. So colleagues, whoever you are here, even if you're a student, if you have an idea, let it not die with you. Come, we shall be able to facilitate you through Sipola's office. And I am very, very happy, because even what our people came to talk about here, allow me to thank them. Sarah, and the others, thank you for supporting Professor Kamweru, and also training him. And when you briefed me, you told me there will be a training of all the universities in Chuka, or the people, stakeholders on green hydrogen. Kamweru, go, and God bless you. That's what I would say. Then, let me comment on today's, because we have very many abstracts that will be canvassed through this. There are more than 300, and after the presentations, please go ahead and also give full papers so that we can be able to publish and tell the world about your work. So thank you, Professor Munyere, for that and your board. Now, we have some collaborators here. We don't want you to go back without also giving us an action. I'm just calling. I want to demand it here, but UK Tech, you need to train our university in terms of entrepreneurial. We are entrepreneuring and everything. Even if probably the filling of the form did not capture everything, it can be revised today. And then you become part of them. All right? Number 2, Sarah, continue supporting us in the green hydrogen. Gender inclusion, we have a partner here, Evans. Please work with us. And those who have been working with us, Professor, we want to thank you and continue working with us. We are very friendly. Continue with us. My parting shot, as a scientist, I'm a professor of reproduction and obstetrics. I advance food security, that is my area. And I'm proud to be part of the team that won 1 million euros on that from a donor. Because ideas, there's one thing you said, money will fall, ideas. My parting shot is, what drives entrepreneurial research ecosystem? That's what I want you to, what drives that? Let me tell you, one is the innovator. There has to be an idea and somebody driving it, isn't it? 2, that innovation must be driven by a problem. So if you innovate without a problem, there will be no money to you. 3, that problem must be impacting negatively on some critical areas, isn't it? For example, if there is misdiagnosis of tuberculosis, people will die, isn't it? And they'll die in a communicable way. I kill someone else before I die, isn't it? That means it will threaten even the people with money. So they would want that disease sorted out so that they don't die. So that is how now money will be pouring in there. There has to be some people, also business people. Why do I invest there? What is my profit? Some people have a lot of conversing, talking about Bill Gates. You know, Bill Gates, let me tell you, these people are philanthropic, but they also look at innovations that will also make them more rich. So that's the question. So if you touch nerves and somebody sees, if I invest 200 million, I'll get 400 million, the money will land tomorrow, isn't it? So you look for areas that people can feel they want to invest in you for their profitability. The other issue of philanthropy is just a way of saying philanthropic, but there is also a hidden card. I'm philanthropic to reap much, isn't it? Because all those rich people want to be the richest in the world anyway. Those are the issues. The other thing is enabling governance. Because it is sad, that person you talk about, the therapist, whatever, he was bought small money, but the people who bought him, imefika mpaka kwa M-Pesa. They are reaping heavy from us, isn't it? That is why I'm telling you, Safaricom will invest in your idea, not because they want also to make money out of your idea, isn't it? And that is the point. And then finally, there are those that now want to advance humanity. I'll give you an example. What we are talking about here, green hydrogen, it's just that eventually if it goes into advanced humanity, isn't it? Because climate change or climate will be stabilized, then the human generations will thrive beyond ourselves. And that is why it is important. The nexus between now production of that green energy and derivatives must be anchored towards the balance between the house we are eating and the green energy you want to do, the balance between the power to whatever, then there's the other one. I did chemistry a long time ago. So for example, for us in Africa, look at we have a lot of bananas. So when we cut and sell the banana, the other one becomes abundant to us, isn't it? So when I saw biomass to liquid, I am very impressed. Since we are the ones with all those biomass, then Germany should invest to use our biomass and also pay us for it, isn't it? So that will be innovation and money. And today I'm not the chief guest. I want to stop there. So maybe if I didn't lead word by word, I have just innovated out of it so that I can welcome my colleague, my former classmates, to come here and talk to us and also open the workshop. And we have discussed. Yes. Don't overstay. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you. The Vice Chancellor, the DVCs, the professors. You know, when we are in an environment of professors, you must acknowledge. And because I'm near the center of gravity, I must adjust the mic a bit so that all of you can see me. All the participants, good morning. How are you doing? Yeah, my name, of course, has been said, is Daniel Mutegi Giti. I'm the CEO, National Cohesion and Integration Commission. And someone will be wondering how is NCIC connected to the theme, the tour of the annual International Research Conference at Chuka University. But let me begin by saying that it's really an honor for me to be invited to be at this conference as your keynote speaker or as the chief guest. It gives me a lot of pressure because Chuka University has been doing tremendous work and is associated with many professors and many researchers who have been doing good work. I remember last year or the other year when I was at the Vision 2030, you were recognized by the International Union of Science Parks and Areas of Innovation, and we were very happy to see you being in that category because not many universities, even in Kenya or in Africa, really feature in that group. So Professor Mutembei and your team, I'm very happy about what you are doing, and most of the remarks that we normally say in the universities, I will not say because you are doing what we keep recommending. So I may just reserve that for other upcoming universities. So of course today, of course the prophecy has been given about the school, about the university, and of course now you can see great minds are converging here as it was prophesied. And indeed the prophecies work, and it did Chuka University is working. And also you did something wonderful that I must acknowledge you for by birthing and supporting the growth of Tharaka University. I come from Tharaka Nithi, of course this is our county. I'm proud about it, so I don't hide it, don't hide that. And of course, you have done well to birth and nurture that university, which has also transformed the way lives have been going on at Tharaka. And also Chuka University, of course, has transformed this area. And soon, I was talking with my peers for housing and urban development, who happens to be my boss, because since I'm still also a housing person, I'm just on leave of absence to national cohesion, that we need to make Chuka now, the town here, to be a university city, because already the university, the numbers are there, and therefore we can make it. And I know Professor will work with you and the rest to ensure that we achieve that dream. Now, my theme, of course, the theme of the conference, leveraging on technological solutions in training, research, innovation, and extension for sustainable development, is very important to us, even as a country, even as an organization, that we should be able to use technology solutions in ways that are peaceful, in ways that are coherent, in ways that support our African values. I was happy that the presenters and the very good presentations about the Ubuntu philosophy. Professor Singer, this is something that I'm very passionate about. You and also talked about decolonizing the mind, the African mind. There's a lot of neocolonialism, and we need therefore to see how we remove the African mind from the colonial relic and be able to advance. Of course, Dr. from Germany, very good. You took us back to our chemistry lessons, and therefore, but I couldn't remember because at one time I was a UT teacher training chemistry in high school, and I remember I was so immersed in it that I was not even using notes. They started calling me professor, and I think I want to be a professor soonest. Therefore, we can say that peace at National Cohesion and Integration Commission, we are very much keen on technology, sustainability, and innovation, because peace is one of the enablers. When you look at the Kenya Vision 2030 development framework that is coming to an end in the next 5 years, peace, security has been identified as one of the enablers for socio-economic development. Therefore, all these innovations, all these technological solutions cannot work in an environment of chaos, in an environment of lack of order, in an environment of conflict, in an environment of instability. You know, Africa, for example, has one of the most sought after mineral called coltan, which is basically used in all the electronics applications. And the coltan is abundant in DRC Congo. But because of the conflict there, we cannot profitably mine that mineral. And therefore, because of the conflict, even in Kenya, there are many minerals. Kenya has about 970 different minerals, if you count them. My basic degree was in geography. So Kenya has about 970 different minerals. Even here, they are abundant, of course. And I know Chuka University is working with different entities to ensure we mine these minerals. But you can see in some areas like Marsabit and other counties where some of these minerals have been found, conflict have come up and therefore prevented the exploration and the mining of these minerals. And therefore we are saying, even when we look at the International Space Station that Russia and the US normally dominate, you will see that because of the need to have that harmony, even them, they have to always keep the balance of power so that they don't dismantle the International Space Station, which was docking over Egypt the other day. So what we are saying is that we need to have peace and cohesion and integration, social scientists talking with the physical scientists, all of us talking together, knowing that our discoveries cannot solve human problems if we are not united, if we are not cohesive, if we are talking about tribes, if we are talking about boundaries. You know, there are people who are so possessed with boundaries in the 21st century. When we are talking about global village, you know, when you can eat lunch in London and then dinner in Moscow, you know. So why are you talking about boundaries? So we are saying we need a lot of peace, we need a lot of cohesion, we need a lot of education that is also geared towards solving human problems. And because this is a university that has been doing all these things, I do not want to say what we have been saying to other universities. But if you are a professor, if you are an academician, if you are a lecturer, if you are a student, you are there for a purpose. God created you for a purpose. God gave you that knowledge in chemistry, in physics, in whatever area, for a purpose. And that purpose should be pursued in a peaceful, in a coherent, in a cohesive, in an integrative manner, so that your idea can get to be known in the other part of the world. But if you're in an environment where we cannot say what we know or what we have found or the discovery we have made, then it will be dangerous. When Thomas Edison discovered the electric bulb, after doing about 100 or so experiments, he was looking for spaces like these ones to go and explain his theory of relativity in Isaac Newton and the others. They would look for space. So Chuka University is giving us a lot of environment to do that, and you as researchers, as stakeholders, you need a lot of peace to be able to do that. Now, the emergence of technology has brought a lot of new technologies, like the artificial intelligence, like the machine learning, like the Internet of Things. And also, it has brought some negative side. It has brought technology so that people now can caricature you dying and being buried. you know. So therefore, this is against even the African culture, you know. It's against the Ubuntu philosophy. It's against the Kenyan society value systems. So we implore upon you as researchers, as stakeholders, to do research that is based on Africans, because we are Africa, we are Africans, and Africa is our business. You know, we are not shy about it. We want to be Africans. You know, Africa is the homeland of man, Kenya to be that particular, and therefore many discoveries, many even the universities. People in the Western world have been saying that universities started in the Western world. No, the first university, of course, was started at Alexandria in Egypt by Alexander the Great when he was being tutored by Aristotle and things like that. So what we are saying is that we need to be Africans, we need to value our value systems. So technology has been now used to create propaganda, to create hate speech, to create misinformation, disinformation, which has really affected the way people can wake up and say, VC, you have resigned, and you have not resigned, you know. And this, you know, this is unethical, you know, which can cause panic and all manner of things. Even the other day, yesterday, I saw some misinformation somewhere where they were saying Parliament has received nominees for new cabinet appointments. And there's nothing like that. And it was breaking news, you know, of course, in the media. So we are saying media should be used in a good way, technology should be used in a good way, so that, of course, we can confront the dangers that come with digital technology, digital media, and other emerging technologies. Of course, like artificial intelligence, we have talked about it. Even if it is there, we need to see how we integrate it with the peace, how we integrate it with the norms and the values that we value very much as Africans. Of course, I wanted to copy the professor here and summarize and say that as we engage now, let's do that engagement with a lot of passion, with a lot of innovation, or innovation that is purpose-built, and also inspire solutions that transcend boundaries. Let's not look for solutions that are local. We are no longer local, we are international. We are no longer mediocre. We are thinking about greater things. We are not thinking about hating one another, because if you hate one another, then it means also you have a problem, because someone who hates others means he has also hated himself in a way. It's only that they are not able to realize. But if you hate someone, it's because you are also not sure of yourself. You are suffering from maybe some inferiority complex, and that's why you are trying to compensate. The compensation mechanisms, you know, are applying in your discourse. So we are saying, as a National Cohesion and Integration Commission, that Kenya is ours. We all belong here. There's nowhere where we are going, you know. And as a researcher, as a stakeholder, as a professor, as a DVC, or whatever person you are, note that we rely on you, we depend on you, and you are very important. And if we have a lot of innovation, a lot of technological solutions, and the sustainability, of course, we cannot be diva here to endeavor to explain sustainability, because you all know as scholars that sustainability is development that ensures the success of the current generation and also the future, does not endanger the future generations. That's the simplest definition. Therefore, with the peace, with the cohesion, with the integration, and with all manner of togetherness as a country, we can confront our challenges of poverty, challenges of inequalities in gender, and I'm happy, VC, here I see a lot of gender balance, you know, and also when we track what we call ethnic diversity of universities, we are finalizing that audit now as a National Cohesion and Integration Commission, and the Chuka University, I can confirm, is doing very well. You are not that university where all the professors are from Tharaka-Nithi. All the students are from Tharaka-Nithi. All the, you know, no. You cannot have a university that is average, you know, because all the researchers have told us that if you have people from the same area, the likelihood of you, the probability of you thinking the same way is very high. So therefore, you need people who are coming from all parts of the world so that your university can become the university it should be. So therefore, the theme to me is very important, but also a theme that we need to have caution, that as we advance in technology, as we advance in research and innovation, let these three issues be done in a humane way, in a Ubuntu way, in a cohesive way, so that we can tolerate the ideas. Aristotle was saying that it is the act of an educated mind to tolerate different ideas. So tolerate them. So even as we discuss, even as we even interact with the other countrymen, use that idea that let everyone say what they want to say, provided they are saying in a peaceful, in a coherent manner, or in cohesive manner. And therefore, we can differ with them, but not fight them, not hate them, not malign them, not marginalize them, but let all come together to build the country, because we have 5 years to the end of Vision 2030. Now researchers need to come, professors and other academicians should start thinking of the next vision. What do we do next? Like the green hydrogen project, you presented it very well. What can we be able to do by 2035 or by the other years that have been projected? So with those many and a few remarks, it is my single honor, as given by the VC here, who was at Chogoria Boys, as I was some years, to now, using that single honor, to officially declare that this 12th annual Chuka Annual International Research Conference officially opened. May God bless you.
Thank you very much. And just to recognize you've done very well. Ethically, anybody who is doing research and is here, I would want to leave you with a chicken and egg puzzle. God comes from heaven today, and you are a researcher. He asks you to choose between peace, innovation, and money. Tell me which one you will choose, because there is one you will choose and you get everything. Which one? Peace. That is why some of us who can even, I use reproductive technology, I can clone myself. Then you ask yourself, what will the world look when it is home tembeis and the noise I make? There will be no peace, isn't it? Professor Kedeki, if you are cloned, what problem are you going to bring instead of solution? So become ethical in everything you, and that is why we brought him here, so that to know peace is above everything. You can be very rich without peace. The day you are buried, I think the head will be buried in a different place, and the legs will be in a different place, isn't it? Because you will not have peace, isn't it? The Bible says, give me peace that surpasses human understanding. And then it will be okay. So we proclaim peace to all of you. And thank you very much. It's now my singular duty to hand over the mic to the MC now to continue with the other professor. Come back and try. First of all, we want to apologize. We are a little bit beyond time, but I know we'll catch up. But I know you have gained from the guest speakers, isn't it? If you have gained from them, mapigieni makofi wasikie. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, our guest. Thank you, Prof. and the university management. Thank you very much, DVC also. We are a bit late on time, so I'll be very fast. First, forgive us, we didn't announce that for your convenience, our facilities are to your right, immediately after the door. For all participants, refer to our email sent to you a few days ago that you said your presentations to certain conveners for every session, the sub-themes, and you received those emails. So we are, for us, they should be there so that we are able to move faster with time. The 7 sub-themes, if you have any issues with that, kindly let me just request the board members just to stand wherever you are, DREP members, just so that in case you have an issue, talk to any of these members. Dennis Musoti, everyone, just stand. These gentlemen and ladies, please. Okay. Yeah. They're the team behind this conference, and in case of anything, just get in touch with them. If you don't get them, go to the registration. There's a gentleman called Justin. He's the senior admin in the directorate. He will direct you to where you will send your presentation. Okay? The next point is, while we are on that, we want to be sustainable in our resources. One of the things we discussed, Prof, is that in the Western world, maybe Sarah, you will tell me, we've been there sometimes, and when you use this tag, we don't take them with us. So we've been making these tags at across every conference and other, activities. So we are requesting very kindly that if you are, very, very kindly, that once you are done, would you drop for us this? We'll have a carton outside. Would you drop for us, and then we will reuse them next time? Is that okay? A very humble request. Okay? Because most of us, we have so many of them, we do not reuse them. Just drop them for us, and we'll use them even next time and even for other occasions. We'll appreciate very, very much. For rapporteurs, session chairs, and senators, after this, we are going for a photo session very fast. Second floor next to the banner that looks like what you can see at the back there. After that photo session, we are going to take tea. We have 3 serving points. 5th floor, okay? Ground floor and first floor. Okay, I'm being directed that they've changed 5th floor to two stations, ground floor and then first floor, okay? For our guests here, all of us, you're going to be taking your health break tea at the Voices boardroom. For those who came, I don't know, those who came late, who did not start from there, but most of us, we know where the boardroom is. And Dr. Zipi Modoi is going to lead the team to the Vice Chancellor's boardroom for the cup of tea. A quick one, like 15 minutes, because we have another session of keynote here. We are gathering again here for the plenary. We have Mr. Garrett on issues of gender. And we have a Finnish presenter who did not make it, but he's supposed to present online. I know, I'm being told that because of time, I hope we will get him. He will be presenting from Nairobi. He's Mr. Pekka. So we come back here for the next keynote, 2 speakers only, and then we dispatch to our breakup rooms. The other announcement is that we were supposed to use every presenter in your program where it says you use BSRC 204, BSRC 204. It has been moved to 4th floor, 406. Is it 406? So you will have the presentations in 406. I repeat again, every presentation scheduled for the 2 days in BSRT 204, it is now in 406. And 406 is 4th floor, 204, 205 down floor. This is 306, 305. And then we also have ground floor, that is G001. After this, can we have just, I think I am done. I will pray for our tea, and then we just head for the photo sessions. Senators, rapporteurs, chairs who have not registered, after the tea, you pass the registration desk and do the registration. Thank you very much. Can we have a word of prayer for our tea? Thank you so much. Lord in heaven, we worship your name. You've given us a wonderful time since we started this morning, and we are so grateful for our guests and everyone and every participant. Continue to hold our hand and guide us in your presence, because we know it will be well. We thank you for the cup of tea and whatever has been prepared for us to nourish us to the honor and glory of your name. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you. Let us go for the photo session to the 2nd floor. 2nd floor. We can use the stairs to avoid a lot of commotion with the ramp. Some can use the stairs. Some can use the stairs. Ndulu and
from Finland. Mr. Pekka is a founder of Medical Skills in Finland, and this organization has been in charge of business in Finland, which has been increasing the Finnish healthcare to around Kenya shillings 3 billion global exports. And therefore, I have the pleasure to invite him so that he can make his presentation. Welcome, Mr. Pekka. I don't know whether you are hearing me. Are you hearing me? Put off this. Have you put it off? So, Mr. Pekka, how are you? Good afternoon.
Very good here. Nice to.
Welcome. I've introduced you to the audience at Chuka University. As you can see, maybe you can wave to them. I take this opportunity to welcome you so that the link does not expire before you make your presentation. Welcome.
Thank you.
You can go ahead and make your presentation.
So I can start my presentation and sharing my screen. So tell me when I can start.
And then go ahead.
Okay, so I start. Good day. My name is Pekka. I come from Finland, and I'm honored to present you today the healthcare system in Finland, and I've been in charge of the Finnish healthcare system for so I can start my presentation. Hope you can see my screen now. So I'm coming from Finland, and my short presentation here is telling about the healthcare system in Finland. There are about 20 slides that are a bit more that I can do today. So I'm giving the Finnish background on the healthcare, and Finland is considered as a global pioneer in the digital health system. We have some 30 years experience on the continuous development of our healthcare solutions. In our country, we have some 100% of the hospitals, clinics and pharmacies using this kind of digital national healthcare system. Also, our citizens can access their own health data online with safety and transparency. And this presentation is addressing the case in Finland and what I have learned here in Kenya. And this hopefully brings you some ideas how Kenya can learn our experiences over 30 years. It hasn't been an easy one for us. There are some mistakes we have done, and now you can take a leap, jump in the new system in your current digitalization of healthcare, just avoiding but going directly to the systems that we have been learning over 30 years. So the foundation of the Finnish healthcare system is based on national information system that's fully put in force 2007, and it includes 4 main components: electronic health records, e-prescription system, and insurance and subsidized healthcare information data. And the fourth one is the citizen portal called MyKanta eHealth, some countries they call it. And in our country, by legal framework, all the healthcare organizations, both public and private, must connect to this Kanta National Health Database System. Still, some hospitals have additional systems. Now don't be surprised, this is a picture of Finnish Kanta system. Providers, social workers, pharmacists, healthcare professionals who are licensed to access this information through web-based prescription and interface system. There's e-health digital service infrastructure, as well as the receivers of medical citizens here through the MyKanta pages. So this Kanta service in the middle here contains prescription, files, patient data repository, having the treatment information, summary information, and some imaging, data management services, and personal health records as well. And this all is on the right side. We have implemented a data lake. That's a huge data information system, consists of health data, social data, and genomics data nowadays as well. And bottom, you see other national services like your e-citizen systems and certification services for licensed healthcare persons, as well as code book for healthcare categories, terminologies, and data structures. And lower left, you see the main standards we apply in Finland in the case of healthcare. It's L7, FIR, JSON, XML, PDF. That are very familiar for your ICT people who have been doing any programming. So why our Kanta is trusted? It's based on legal and regulatory standards, updated our national standards, follows regulatory procedures in the safety of software coding, and also contains a software configuration system updating software components in that huge amount of code. And here we needed very good data architects and software configuration management people in addition to the software developers. So the backbone of the safety and healthcare ICT is this regulatory system. In the middle you see there are standards like ISO 13485, that's the basic quality standard applied for healthcare. There are some other standards. Our system provides also cybersecurity in the database 120 years from the birth of a person. And also the system now we are looking in Finland is to be connected with the European health database. So the lesson here is that even this regulation, bureaucracy, it's for the patient safety. We cannot let the system run on Windows or Android system and waiting, updating software where the patient is under the healthcare system. Another one in our national system is digital prescription revolution. All the prescription nowadays in Finland are 100% electronic. In 19 in paper, and the pharmacists had the skills to read what was the medicine Dr. Ford with his nice writing. Also, database for qualified medicines. Also, this digital brings fewer errors, lower cost, and brings better access to essential medicines in Finland. So our system goes flow from warehouse logistics to distributors, to the pharmacy or hospital pharmacies in digital format. And every step is logged in national databases, so if some medicine is lost, we can go back and check where it's seen last time. This Apote system as a case example, this is bought from US. It's a US software platform following the US practices in healthcare, but adapted to the Finnish standards and environment. It has a unique interface for doctors, nurses, pharmacists, and social workers, and there's some support with AI on recording information in the Kanta system, as I told earlier. The issue here is that the Finnish healthcare system operates in a different manner to the US system, and they had a long history in adapting that software to Finland. The result with this kind of standardized and big millions of lines of code taking the use, it reduces errors, brings faster workflows at hospitals, the patients arrive in due time, they have been treated, and then they go back work or home. So it brings integrated patient care in our country. And this is one of the reasons why Finland healthcare expenses per person are among the lowest at high-income countries. I remember it's about half the price per person in Finland compared to the US expenses. We need to keep our expenses low. So something to address your lecturers and students here about the AI and healthcare. There are a few cases artificial intelligence or ChatGPT are being used in Finland, but there aren't many of them. The issue is that AI is forthcoming and it takes a lot of time before there's a trust in such a system. That's basically based on the probability calculation, and sometimes it brings simply odd answers if we are looking healthcare cases. But it's a good tool for enlarging the doctors or nurses understanding what symptoms should be looked more. So the first one is AI supporting the diagnostic, mostly in imaging, bringing the radiologist the point of where he can or she can look more precisely X-rays. The recent application still under study is AI helping recording the patient treatment information to Kanta, avoiding mistakes in writing, and also bring ICD 10, 11 categories correctly. And the third one we have implemented in Finland, we have this data lake collection of health, social, and genomics data in one huge database, and it's being used in a closed data lake. Only the researchers that are security clearance, they can access this data, but companies and organizations can ask information on scenarios, like a research study. And the recent results have been analyzing this genomic data, brings individual precision medicine for certain persons. 7 microgram is enough. For some other types of person, based on their different background, 10 milligram medicine is more efficient. This kind of information has been recently researched based on the database. Also, that brings policymakers, factories, and insurance companies information, fact-based decision, but they normally need to pay on supporting this data lake. So proposal here is for researchers, for universities, this kind of health data lake might be your interest also to power your national information system. There's also a link to this thin data if somebody got interested in that. There's a human side, so it's not only technology. You at the university know that there's a human side, education to bring trust in the systems. Digitalization is not the only way. We need to remember it's for persons, for all the citizens. So we need to educate and also train those persons who are working there. So for the students and data privacy in this healthcare system. There's a need of continued training on transparency and accountability on every digital they do before they can claim the government those subsidies for the treatment they have taken. And Finland, we still have the trust, but always political is doing. So this presentation hopefully brings you the idea of what we have learned in, give you some ideas for Kenya's digital future. There's an opportunity here to lead the Africa to digital health. When you take this action, global safety, compliance standards, secure, scalable, ethical, and have students understanding how to apply AI, software design for healthcare. Also, as a university, it's a good idea to collaborate with global experts. So there are some more slides. I simply jump to the addressing the students. You students and lecturers are the future architects of digital healthcare. I think your role at the best might be develop a secure software and AI system for hospital, pharmacies, and insurers here in Kenya. You need to understand regulation and safety standards and build your national platforms that protect every patient's data with respect and transparency. And it may be that the next great health innovation for Kenya would come simply from your code, design, research, from your students, lecturers, your innovation at the university. So basically I give now the reflection to students, how we together can embed safety and trust in digital system here in healthcare from the day one taken to use. And what skills do you, Kenyan ICT graduates and other staff lecturers need to have for healthcare innovation? These are questions, and I have written my answer. Everybody, you can think about them. So here's some ideas. I've been a dozen times in Kenya talking with your people. And my feeling here is that you have all the skills for software development, database design, cybersecurity, data analytics, and artificial intelligence to bring the healthcare solution for your country. Still, you need to have architects of digital health solution providers in technical excellence, system scalability, and availability. Also the ethics and regulatory awareness. And I think this maybe lead you as the new Silicon Valley in Africa. Thanks for me having the opportunity to make a presentation on the current situation in Finland. And I try to join the next session here, but thanks for your joining, and that's my presentation for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Pekka.
You are welcome. You are welcome.
That was a very insightful presentation. And now I want to request you to stay on so that we.
This is it, yeah. And we can just open it just here. Don't want to download it, yeah. If it downloads, it won't. Let me open it. Because if it downloads, the videos won't load. So, this is okay. We can go like this.
Allow me to introduce you.
Wonderful.
Wonderful. So allow me to introduce Gareth Evans, who is heading an international program and trainer on a program that a project that we will mention because it's written in abbreviations, that is GERI. He will tell us what it stands for. He has 8 years experience leading programs for healing and reconciliation across Africa, North America, Europe, and India. He has a degree in conflict resolution from Portland State University in the USA. And also he has a colleague who is Mege Nakibi, who is again a facilitator with the same program. And she is the Director of Marketing at International Peace Initiatives in Meru, Kenya. And she also holds a degree in education from Kenya Methodist University. Welcome and address the participants.
So thank you very much, and special thank you to Catherine, Dr. Catherine Gichunge for the invitation, and to Chuka University. And it's really wonderful to be here with all of you today. And as we've said, we'll be sharing about this work of Gender Equity and Reconciliation International, or GERI. And of course, when we talk about technology, we might immediately think of gadgets and technology, devices and screens and AI. But today we want to talk about maybe what we could call human technology. The technology of our stories, the technology of our human connection, and the technology of our hearts, as technology that can transform gender injustice and restore connections between us.
So thank you, Gareth. We'd like to begin with a brief moment of silence in remembrance of all those in need of healing. Sorry, okay, I was saying, we'd like to begin with a brief moment. Sorry. We'd like to begin with a brief moment in remembrance of those who need healing, so we'll take a brief moment in silence. You might take a deep breath and perhaps gaze downward.
And we'll open with a few words from Archbishop Desmond Tutu, whose vision continues to inspire our work. He says that we are each made for goodness, love, and compassion, and our lives are transformed as much as the world is when we live with these truths. So do your little bit of good wherever you are. It's those little bits of good put together that transform the world.
And before we go further, we would like to share how we came to this work. So in terms of our experiences and journeys, just like you. So we will speak a little about ourselves and how we've come through our own journeys and our own experiences.
So just very briefly, I've been with Jerry for about 10 years. And as a young man, kind of university age, was very much sitting with these questions of what it means to be a man in the best way, especially in my relationships with women. And, entering into that world of relationships and experiencing the joy and the beauty and also the incredible challenges that come with that. And so I was so longing for a space where women and men could come together and actually just tell each other the truth and not be an argument or a blame or a fight, but actually just share about our experiences. And that is one of the things that Jerry has offered me. And I'm really, really glad to be able to be here to share that with you as well.
So thank you so much, Garrett. For me, I will share my experience. I came into Jerry 3 years ago, 2022. I was in the deepest pit of my life. I was living in a perfection. My dad wanted me to live his dream or to please him so that he can see me. He can see the girl that I am, because he honestly thought that I would be born a boy when I was a little girl. So through that, I did so much to please him, to attain his love, to attain his affection, but I never got that. And so I lived in perfection all my life. I was in that pit that I couldn't pull myself out. And through perfectionism, I couldn't see myself. I couldn't see what I wanted. I couldn't see what I needed. And when I met Jerry in 2022, it brought me out of that pit. It pulled me out, and it guided me to see that there is a route to that. And it pushed me to go back to that young little girl, that little Maggie, and talk to her, make peace with her. And Jerry told me, you're enough, you're safe, you're whole, you're complete, and you don't need to do anything. And I'll just say one last comment about someone who shared about when you give someone a hammer, they'll see everything as a nail, right? But when you give someone Jerry, then they see healing. Yeah.
Thank you, Maggie. So just to give a little bit of kind of history and overview of Jerry as a methodology, it was developed about 33 years ago and actually has its origins in the environmental movement of the 1980s and 90s. One of the founders of Jerry, William Keepan, who's a mathematical physicist and environmental scientist, he was working on sustainable energy, abating global warming. And what he and some colleagues started to notice was that right there within their professional scientific community, there was a huge amount of pain around issues of gender, sexual harassment, gender dysfunction, all of these things that we now recognize as kind of the Me Too movement they were seeing 30-some years ago. And so a group of colleagues, they started to convene these processes to try to address these gender issues within their own community. Almost like, we're here, we're trying to heal the earth, and yet our human ecology, our actual relationships are not functional. And so they started experimenting with finding ways to work skillfully with the challenging, emotionally charged issues of gender. And over years, they started to find really good results and find skillful ways of working with them. And so started being invited out of their immediate community into universities, NGOs, other sectors. And so over the last 30 years, we've now implemented the work in 18 countries for tens of thousands of people.
I'm not as experienced as Garrett, so I'll read some few things. Yeah, so in 2001, the work was invited to India. And in 2003, it was invited to South Africa. And lastly, in 2011, it came here to Kenya to us. And what began as grassroots initiatives has since evolved into an international training organization with more than 300 facilitators worldwide. And in just a past couple of years, Jerry has conducted 5 facilitator trainings 4 in person in India, Kenya, South Africa, and the US, and 1 online training for Latin America and Spain. Yeah.
So the methodology that we work with in Jerry is very personal, and it's very experiential. It's really about the stories that each of us carry as women, as men, as what we've kind of lived through as boy children or girl children, and having a safe space to bring those challenges and share them with each other in a safe way. And we often quote the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in saying that injustice and corruption will never be transformed by keeping them hidden, but only by bringing them out into the light and confronting them with the power of love. And that is really the core of our methodology.
And through these carefully facilitated forums, participants engage in honest, often taboo conversations around gender and sexuality. They are invited to bring their personal stories of pain and struggle into the open, not as victims, but as witnesses of their own experience. And in doing so, they open the way for mutual understanding, healing, and even transformation. So in a few, we'll be sharing a video of Dr. Karambu Ringera, who will be speaking about the first workshop in Kenya and her own experience regarding that workshop.
Uh-oh. Oh, it doesn't have access. Okay. Just very, very briefly, I wish we had the video because she speaks so powerfully. This is the first workshop in Kenya in 2011. And in that process, there was a young woman who shared a story about her uncles and the abuse that she and her mother had experienced at their hands. And it's something she had never shared before, something she had been carrying really her whole life since childhood. And as she shared this story, in this video, one of the men talks about his spirit being moved to go and kneel down in front of this woman and apologize on behalf of her uncles. And she said that in that moment, when that man knelt down, she forgave him. This hatred that she had carried so long, and she was cleansed in that forgiveness. And Maggie will just read. I'm so sorry we don't have the video from Karambu, but please read from. No, because it's in access. So go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, unfortunately, it's out of access, so we can't do anything. No, we can't access it, right? Or is it possible? Yeah, it needs permission.
Okay, let me try in 1 second here.
Oh, you have to.
Reloaded, okay. Exit, enter, yeah. Okay. Okay, good. Okay.
When she was narrating this story, actually my tears came out. My tears came out, and that is the reason that triggered my spirit to feel that I need to apologize.
The miracle of all that was when one of the gentlemen stood up and went to the center and knelt down. Even I feel emotional when I talk about it. Knelt down. You know about our culture, and you know how men don't give any space. And this gentleman went and knelt down and said, I want to apologize on behalf of your uncles. And then the girl just started weeping. And she said, at that moment, when that man knelt down and apologized, she forgave him. A hatred that she had carried for so long. And she was just cleansed. That was powerful. That was awesome to see. I mean, it works. It really works. It really changes people's lives.
And that is indeed a powerful video. And I'll just share a story from a participant 12 years later about how Jerry had changed her life. And because of that, she began developing the heart of helping people. And in that moment, she created a magazine to capture stories of women who have gone through difficult times but have been able to overcome their obstacles in society.
And so the foundation of the process is really based in these principles of truth and reconciliation that were developed by Archbishop Desmond Tutu in South Africa and applied there for racial reconciliation. But here we're applying those same principles for reconciliation between the genders and really inviting that same spirit of honesty and openness and compassion to that conversation. And really fundamentally, we are working with the power of story, the power of the heart, and the dignity of the human spirit to overcome gender oppression. And one of the things about this work is that we work with women and men together. And it's really important because men, too, carry the weight of gender disharmony. And they bring into these circles, the deeply buried stories and emotions and pains that they have never had a chance to share. Abuse suffered as boys, a hurt from absent father figures, the heartbreak of loss throughout their lives. And the male socialization so often will tell us that to share is to become weak or to not be a man. And in these circles, what happens is the men support each other to find that courage to bring those stories out. And, in doing that, there's an incredible relief, of course, in having a space to share, but it also offers a real gift to the women, because many women have never heard men share in such a way. For men to have tears as they talk about what they've lived through, it opens the heart of the women as well. As a woman in South Africa recently said, we talk so much about Ubuntu, but in sitting in the circle and hearing your stories today, I have had the most profound experience of what that is. Or another woman in New York who said, after hearing the men, you have opened my heart in places I did not even know it was closed. And so we just want to just share another brief video. This one's going to work from...
Born and raised in an extreme patriarchy society where we believe men never cry. Men should not cry, and men should not share their weakness before women. That helped me change and help me try and come up with ways in which I'll go teach my fellow boys out there of my age that it is okay not to be okay, and it is okay not to be okay before women, not just before men, but also before women. And that also will help me have a different view of sharing my pain with ladies out there. Because sometimes we tend that when we share, we are exposing our weakness. But for this space was a place where I will open a whole wound, and no one will reject me with the wound, will just love me and embrace me with my wounds. For me, that was a sweet pain. Let me say that's a sweet pain. And I'm happy. I will try this, and you'll see the great transformation we'll have in your lives.
Thank you so much, Gareth. And in recent years of creative innovation and adaptation, we've expanded the Jerry work. We have offered programs online and even reached participants in rural areas of Latin America, Africa, and India, many of whom might never otherwise have had this experience. So here, technology has shown its power. Online circles bring participants together across countries and cultures, creating opportunities for cross-cultural healing, connection, and even transformation.
And we've also conducted programs in many universities, also corporations, government departments, religious institutions, prisons, even for members of parliament. And so these are just a few examples of universities where Jerry has been introduced.
Yeah, and if you can see our screen, that's a team of mental health resource team who are always available to give us like a one-on-one experience and a follow-up in rare cases when you have like maybe you require additional support during the process. Now the work of gender healing and reconciliation is deeply personal. It involves an individual, but its implications, it reaches far beyond even the individual themselves. The crisis of gender relations is immediately evident in the comment section of any Instagram post, as we have seen, any TikTok post, and even Twitter, Instagram, all the social media platforms, we have seen the comments there. So the health of our communities, our institutions, and even our nations is profoundly linked to how we treat one another across the lines of genders. Groundbreaking research over the past decade has helped to demonstrate the connection in clear terms, and we have seen it from different research sites. Yeah.
So just very briefly, we'll share some of this research by Dr. Valerie Hudson, who's a professor at Texas A&M University. And she conducted statistical research that was showing that the level of violence against women in a culture is highly correlated with other forms of violence. So, and also that rates of domestic violence are also related with a nation's likelihood to go to war. So there's a connection between what's happening personally in the family and what's happening on a larger scale. At the same time, nations with an improved status of women are generally healthier, wealthier, more democratic, less corrupt, and more powerful. And the best predictor of a nation's peacefulness is not its wealth, it's not its democracy or even religion. It's the level of violence against women. Here are just a few of the statistics from Kenya around gender-based violence and sexual harassment. And of course, this is not only true in Kenya, but across the globe. And also just to note that thank you very much. For many of those who experience this, they often never have a safe place to share.
Yeah. And a 3-year research project was carried out at South African universities to study the Jerry approach in depth. The study was spearheaded by, that name is very hard, Pamela Gobodo Madikizela, as you can see, and Dr. Samantha Van. Yeah. And Pamela is a renowned scholar on trauma and forgiveness, who worked closely with Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who you have heard before, as the clinical psychologist for South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission. In this project, a group of 28 students took part in 2 intensive 3-day workshops for Jerry, followed by monthly reflection sessions that continued over the course of an entire academic year. Everything was recorded, and a large volume of data was carefully analyzed. And the results were quite extraordinary. They highlighted how powerful the process can be. The study found out that homogenic masculinities, which we refer to as the dominance or control of one group or the other, was significantly constructed among the men who participated. Second, gender relations and ideologies between the men and the women in the study was significantly transformed.
And so I'm going to skip quickly through these next two slides, but just to say that there was another research project recently conducted at the University of the District of Columbia in the U.S. that echoed these results done by Dr. Kanika Dunson. And the results of the South African study were published in our recent book. But really just again to highlight this power of human technology, the power of storytelling, the power of connecting with our hearts, and the power that has to transform gender relations and contribute to harmony and human thriving. So thank you very much for your attention and presence and the invitation.
Thank you very much. That was very insightful, isn't it? Especially when it comes to gender issues. And you see they have demonstrated equality and equity. And you've seen the video. Let us cry, men. And men, we cry. You see that they're looking at me? That man has said he's lucky that he found a group that allowed him to be part of them with his wounds, because the society around him could not allow him to express himself. And I'm happy, I'm just opening, because I know in our culture, especially the African culture, we women are beating them, and we are screaming, and because now we have been taken as a weak gender, and we have socialized them not to cry like women. And therefore, we beat them, we cry. And that's why they commit suicide. And tunapiga nduru tu. We scream. And when now men who come for our rescue, when they come, the man, because he has been socialized not to cry like a woman, he will still pretend that he's the one who is sorry because he has beaten the woman, and it was vice versa. And therefore, I'm happy that you chose them to come and present to us, because we will save a generation that will take us the way we are and allow us to cry as men, women. And therefore, I'm entertaining questions for them, and also let them declare whether they are doing something for Chuka. Yes, the boy child. I'm talking about the two gender, but I'm saying the boy child. So at the end of the day, they will tell us what they have for us, because you can see we are many women. Thank you. Questions? Here, there's somebody here. All right.
Okay, thank you, the presenters. My name is Dennis Musoti, and I have a question related to your presentation. Now, in Kenya, issues of femicide have actually been flagged as a national crisis. And equally, we have the issues to do with the gender role. That is, women should have a certain ratio in respect to men's. So I was just asking myself, what could be your contribution to, in particular, the cases of femicide in Kenya, because it is a gender issue. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. First of all, thank you so much for you two people to come up with that wonderful presentation. Having a background of a psychology, allow me to ask maybe a question, because I've listened to what you've done, and being a parent, that is very good, and that is recommendable. But I would like to know, now that these are the two gender you've discussed, and what has just come to my mind, or that has made me to start, is about mental health. I have seen most of the people who are in, I think, organization who are dealing with mental health, and I'm sorry if I might hurt anyone. It's like most of them are not from Africa. Remember, all issues are very much dynamic from different people. So have you ever done a joint research so that you can be able to incorporate the African aspect of the way we see mental health and the other part of the world? Thank you. Yeah, practicing the mental health.
Wow, thank you for both these very, rich questions. And I mean, maybe just to start by, I mean, connecting the two, of course, I mean, femicide is such a very real, present issue. And, you know, thinking about mental health, thinking about the kind of socialization and formation of boys and men, and the connection between that socialization and violence, I think is important. And so in this work, I think part of what happens is that some of that rigidity that we experience growing up as boys and men about how a man must be, some of that starts to get broken down. And it happens not because, you know, we're kind of up as facilitators telling men, oh, you must be some other way, but we start to create a space where men can enter into different ways of being and kind of try sharing themselves in different ways and also really opening themselves to the stories of women. And that experience, rather than us telling them how they ought to be, but actually that experience starts to break up some of that conditioning and allow the possibility of new ways of being. And also just to appreciate your question, I think of, you know, the mental health team is, we have facilitators and then we also have the mental health team. So many of the facilitators are based, especially in South Africa, as well as Kenya. But only a few of the mental health team are. But certainly when we recently, earlier this year, were working in Busia, I was there, but it wouldn't work if I was just the only male facilitator. We were there with 5 other Kenyan colleagues who are also facilitators. And that's so important whenever we do this work, especially for me as kind of an outsider who hasn't experienced gender or the Kenyan culture in the same way. We have to work closely with our Kenyan colleagues. So thank you for that.
Her question pointed to specifically, have you been engaged in or conducted or even exposed to studies of how African people deal with mental health issues, which goes back to indigenous knowledge, wisdom that comes from ancient Africa, modern contemporary African, socialization in Africa, not purely from a Western psychiatric or something like that.
Yes, the question was this, have you done any joint research so that you can be able to get these contemporary issues among the Western and the African? But I'm happy because you have involved, he was in Tutu? Yes. Desmond Tutu, yeah, thank you.
So any other question? At the back, is your hand up?
Maybe just very briefly as that's happening, the 2 research studies that we kind of presented, one of which was done at Stellenbosch and University of the Free State in South Africa. And I love what you're saying about the wisdom traditions of Africa and the importance of those. And you know, we do, I mean, there is such depth and wisdom to the many African traditions, this idea of Ubuntu, the Yoruba tradition you spoke about, and the principle of harmonious two-ness. So I think we're also continuing to learn about these other traditions. Yes. Yeah, the value of diversity. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that. Yeah.
Okay, I also have a question. I wanted to know whether also in your work, do you deal with trauma healing? And then the other question is, you are psychologists, as you reach out to communities to help them, do you do it at a fee? Thank you.
I'll let Garrett answer that.
You start and I'll continue, yeah.
Okay, I had a few comments on what has been shared and asked. Thank you so much for bringing up the feminism thing. And as a youth, I will share my own experience. I held so much resentment before I got into Jerry. I was I hated men, like I can say. And because of that, I failed to see myself. I failed to see what was inside. And I knew that I have a contribution in some way or the other towards the conflict that occurs between men and women. There's a rift that is there, but there's much deeper work that is needed for an individual to be able to realize that they have a contribution towards the rift that occurs between men and women. So as myself, I went through the work, and through that, I learned that the things that I have kept inside under that root, I need to go back there, then check in with what I have, what I need to work on, and bring myself out to the world so that I can work with the other gender, so that we can understand each other and coexist and also complement each other as human beings who are healed and in the work of gender equity. Yeah. And speaking towards what she has shared also, that was a very good question. We have, Jerry work has been built on various thoughts, and yes, they have African thoughts in them. And in that, we have I'll share a few things that maybe I can talk about. We have a circle. Like in African ways, we used to sit in a circle. We build a community. Before everything, we build a community in Jerry, and we follow up and check in. And that is what Africans do. They check in, they build a community of brotherhood, sisterhood, and even just create that peace before anything else is created. So we do, yeah. The last question, yeah, Garrett, you will answer that in a way. So for me, what I know is Jerry offers, yes, some workshops that are free, but if you are not able, then you can be able to apply, and the facilitators will check in on how they can help with a scholarship so that you can be able to join the Jerry work. So you have the opportunity, yeah.
We often say that the Jerry work is not therapy, but it is therapeutic. And so we do, among our facilitators, we have a number who are psychologists or therapists or counselors. Many of us are not. But that's partially why we have this mental health team, to support people in the event that they do need support after the process itself. And I mean, around trauma, yes, there is, I mean, gender and trauma are very much linked. So that certainly comes up in the workshop. And I'll say that part of what happens is that when people are able to share their experiences in a safe space, and when they're able to share it, and they look around and they see, I'm being seen, there's something very healing in that. I remember a couple years ago in South Africa, there was a young woman who shared a very heartbreaking story in part of the process, and we were talking with her afterwards about that experience. And what she told us was that this story just started coming out of her. And when she looked up, she looked around the circle and she saw these men they're actually listening. These men are fully present with me. And she could see in their faces the way that their hearts were listening to her. And that propelled her forward to share this story in a way that was very healing and liberating for her. So that's just one example. Yeah. Oh, and on the fee thing, the reality is that many of the programs, there are parts of the world that can pay more, and there are parts of the world that can pay less. And generally, those parts of the world that can pay more subsidize programs elsewhere in the world, as well as foundation grants and individual donors from across the world. So, yeah.
I just have a last comment, sorry. I wanted to say that when you want to join Jerry, don't join with a mindset of mental health, and don't join with a mindset that I am going to see what people experience. Just like Garrett has shared, Jerry is different. It captures you as a person, you as an individual, and the systems and the methodology is also quite different, because you think that maybe you're going to see what people are doing, but then the process itself, they'll not give you healing. The process itself will guide you to find your own path and your own journey towards healing. Yeah.
So thank you very much. I allow us to stop at that because I know issues of gender and whatever. We can talk until the cows come back. That's what we say here. And therefore, I want to thank you very much. And Dr. Catherine is the contact person. So for follow-up, we'll make arrangements because she's from my school, and we see how we can have them back and work with them to help us not develop mental health issues. Just like she has said, we start from somewhere before we reach there. There was another presenter, but when I've consulted the IT people, is that we might not be able to get PECA. But again, what I was requesting, because again, health records that, and a lot of questions about that, and also issues of data protection and ethical issues that surround that, we can write those questions, and then we them to Professor Muniri, so that those questions can be sent to Mr. Peka, and this presenter can be able to answer those questions. Is that agreeable, members? Thank you very much. And now I want to welcome Professor to take us through the next step.
Thank you so much, Prof. Let us give a guest, including Pekka, 3 factorial. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. Thank you. I think theirs was very interesting. I almost wanted to ask a question now that I have the mic, but they'll tell me whether there is healing for the abuser. I repeat, abuser, yes, I know, who is abusing. He abuses this one, the wife goes, he's on the 4th one, and he's still abusing her. So this abuser, and this case is a man, a very quiet man, very reserved. Okay. I know. Prof already told us that we beat them, and then we also scream as we beat them. And then when the village comes, he also fears. He beats you for beating her. And you say, yes, I beat her, in quotes, and you know you are beaten. It's unfortunate, boy child. But thank you so much for that. Very enlightening. And Kathy, I know you will do us justice so that we know how to connect. We are really doing so bad on time, and bear with us. I wanted to comment about the Wi-Fi. If you look on the walls, you will see Chuka_uni and the password. I hope the ICT, we have a strong one, and the password is there for those who didn't know. And then I want to request, we are breaking for lunch, then we come for those breakout sessions that because the hillside has already brought the food by now. Probably I will request Kathy to go ahead and see how things are going. I want to request kindly, because I can see the session chairperson, the conveners. We had planned that every presenter will have like 10 minutes. But the way we are doing, I'm requesting that we reduce that, every person reduces by 3, like 3 minutes. Is that agreeable? So, and standardize for everybody. Instead of 10, we do it 7, at most 8, okay? So that we recover on time, and by evening we'll have finished the presentations. We are good on that? Yes, thank you. Session conveners, we reduce the time so that we can catch up on time, and everybody, you standardize everyone, and especially the students, especially master students. Sometimes for the PhD, that's another ball game. Let me leave the issue of PhD, but let us not go beyond 10 at most, even for a PhD presentation and for us, because we are also presenters. But for masters, let us reduce, and we'll be good. I think with those few remarks, I just want again to thank Pekka. Pekka was supposed to come, but he didn't make it, and then our time also didn't do so well, so he wasn't able to even stay online. We are even fearing the link would expire. So let us pray for food, and again we do just like we did for tea break. And immediately after that, we go to the breakout sessions. And again, I repeat, 204, BSR 204, we are going to 406, fourth floor. Let us pray. Loving Heavenly Father, we thank you. You've been so good to us. Once again, we thank you for the sessions that we've had and the ones that we are going to have, and including even tomorrow and the guests that we're expecting. We thank you for the lunch that's been prepared for us. We commit it unto you. Sanctified, Lord God, that it will be a blessing to us. In Jesus' name, amen. Karibuni for lunch.
total risk involved in an investment in order to achieve a high expected return on investment. It is taken that if you combine several assets in a portfolio, according to modern portfolio theory, then the inferior performance of one asset can be offset by the superior performance of another. Also, adopting portfolio diversification to create a portfolio can lead to the creation of an optimal portfolio that maximizes returns at a given risk level. And efficiency, as I had said earlier, measures the ability of a fund manager to achieve maximum return at a given level of risk and low cost. So why money market unit trust funds? The choice of study population was guided by the fact that here in Kenya, there are 29 registered money market funds with an asset of 246.8 billion as compared to the total unit trust funds assets under management of 389.2 billion. So money market fund makes up 63% of all assets under management by all the unit trust funds in Kenya, and therefore it is the most dominant unit trust fund. And they create portfolios by investing in various money market instruments and in order to generate returns for investors. My statement of the problem is that some funds, because of inefficiency, because of suboptimal trading practices, poor risk management, may fail to outperform their benchmarks, may generate lower risk-adjusted returns that they should, and therefore that one affects the efficiency. Also, some have been struggling to perform, to beat the one-year Treasury bill benchmark, because for most of the money market funds, their benchmark is the Treasury bill benchmark. And then we're also saying, according to some reports, that most of the funds allocate their assets either in government securities or in fixed deposits, which could mean they are not well diversified, therefore they may be exposed to unsystematic risk. Instead of diversifying away this risk, they might be exposed to it because of lack of proper diversification. And also that the money market funds over the past have been losing their share to fixed income funds, which is mainly attributed, probably attributed to the fact that there are more instruments to invest in a fixed income than a money market. And also there have been gaps in terms of the relationship between diversification and efficiency. Also there are methodological gaps whereby some of the studies have been done in developed countries while very few have been done in developing country like Kenya. Also there are methodological gaps as to how diversification has been measured, the models used for the study, and also how efficiency has been measured and the model used. And therefore, the research objective is to determine the effect of portfolio diversification and efficiency of money market unit trust funds in Kenya. The hypothesis is stated as shown. The significance of the study is that it will provide insightful information to fund managers as to the level of efficiency of the funds. Also, whether the investment strategy that have been adopted is of success or it brings about efficiency. And the scope of the study, as I had said, it's 29 money market funds studied for a period of 7 years from 2018 to 2014. And the limitations of the study finding is that my study was based on secondary data, which may be subject to risk of errors, and this was taken care of by taking data from reputable organizations or from the Capital Market Authority and the money market funds themselves, and using audited financial statements also. So the results of the study findings are that there is a positive significant relationship between portfolio diversification and efficiency. Yes, that was the result, and therefore the null hypothesis was rejected, implying that portfolio diversification has a significant effect on efficiency of money market unit trust funds in Kenya. And a conclusion was also made that they are not 100% efficiency. The overall pure technical and scale efficiency was less than 100%. So they need to improve their level of efficiency. And recommendations is that they can adopt full efficiency by adopting diversification strategy, pursuing cost minimization, and optimizing the scale of operation. Recommendation is fund managers should adopt diversification strategy, create portfolios that are well diversified. Regulators should ensure the continuous monitoring of the funds to ensure they have diversified portfolios together with the trustees. they should make sure their portfolios are diversified. And they should also be, fund managers should be aware of the level of efficiency so that they know which areas that they need to improve on. Yes, and that's it.
Thank you, Grace.
Thank you.
Let's give Grace a happy clap. Next, Margaret Olan.
Next one.
So thank you. My name is Margaret Akinyi-Olang. I'm going to present my research on corporate restructuring and shareholders' wealth of firms listed at the Nairobi Securities Exchange in Kenya. The background of the study: in the wake of the dynamic nature of the environment, climatic changes, regulatory landscape, and sustainability chase, the debate over how shareholders' wealth can be improved has received growing attention in the recent years. The rapidly changing business landscape has disrupted the world economy by unbalancing consumption and production, thereby affecting shareholders' wealth. Because of the unexpected and disruptive shifts in the surrounding environment, some companies survived, others were insolvent, and others were driven into imposed transformation initiatives, compelled efforts to restructure their business models and a financial portfolio, and liquidate their firms to boost their shareholders' wealth. Most of the Kenyan businesses have been negatively affected by the changing business landscape and climatic changes that has threatened shareholders' wealth, and therefore businesses had to restructure their finances and assets to maximize their shareholders' wealth. Corporate restructuring involves making significant changes to the company's asset structure, business processes, and financial systems to improve efficiency and increase shareholders' wealth. However, corporate restructuring may also lead to redundancy of assets, increased debt, depletion of jobs, layoff of personnel, and increased operational costs that may lower shareholders' wealth. Financial restructuring involves making changes to the firm's capital structure to optimize the value of the firm, and also financial restructuring can also lead to diluted shareholders' value and increased debt that commits management to pay out future cash flows and thus reducing the funds available for investment purposes, hence lowering shareholders' wealth. Portfolio restructuring involves making significant alterations to assets owned by an organization in order to optimize the performance, returns, and manage risk, thereby boosting shareholders' wealth. However, corporate restructuring may also lead to increased cost, loss of synergies, and reduced economies of scale that may lower shareholders' wealth. Shareholders' wealth is the value of the shareholders' expected returns in form of dividends and in form of proceeds from the sale of shares. Firms listed at the Nairobi Securities Exchange. I chose firms listed at the Nairobi Securities Exchange because they are important drivers of the economy, and they contribute at least 38% of revenue to the GDP annually. And most of them have undergone different forms of corporate restructuring, which makes this study necessary. Statement of the problem. The performance of listed firms play a vital role in creating a conducive environment for investment opportunities that will lead to the achieving of the bottom economic transformation agenda and consequently attaining the Vision 2030. However, Listed firms have been negatively affected by the changing business landscape and climatic changes that has posed a threat to maximizing shareholders' wealth, and thus they are restructuring to maximize their shareholders' wealth. Corporate restructuring aims at increasing revenue, improving efficiency, thereby maximizing shareholders' wealth. However, may also lead to redundancy of assets, increased operational cost, and increased debt that may lower shareholders' wealth. Listed firms such as ABSA and Flametree Group Holdings have reported an increase in profits of 29% in 2020 and 18% in 2023 respectively after undertaking financial and portfolio restructuring. However, Eveready undertook portfolio restructuring through sale of assets and recorded a decline of 24% in revenue, and also Mumias undertook financial restructuring and recorded a decline of 6 billion in 2017 and 4.8 billion in 2016. Studies on the relationship between corporate restructuring and shareholders' wealth present findings that are inconsistent, therefore presenting varied research gaps. Therefore, this study seeks to answer the question that leads to what is the effect of corporate restructuring on the shareholders' wealth of firms listed at the Nairobi Securities Exchange. The objectives of the study is to investigate the effect of financial restructuring on the shareholders' wealth of firms listed at the Nairobi Securities Exchange and to determine the effect of portfolio restructuring on the shareholders' wealth of firms listed at the Nairobi Securities Exchange. Hypothesis. Number one, there is no statistically significant relationship between financial restructuring and shareholders' wealth of firms listed at the Nairobi Securities Exchange. Two, there is no statistically significant relationship between portfolio restructuring and shareholders' wealth of firms listed at the Nairobi Securities Exchange. Scope of the study is that the study will cover all the 64 companies that are actively listed at the Nairobi Securities Exchange as at 31st December 2023. Limitation of the study is that the study only covered firms listed at the NSE and therefore limiting generalization to study from unlisted firms. Some of the listed firms lacked adequate data due to the differences in the date of listing, and the study only relied on secondary data that may be subject to the risk of errors. Therefore, reliability and validity of the results may be compromised. Assumptions of the study. The study assumed that the findings from the listed firms were a reflection of the rest of the other firms in Kenya. The study assumed that there were no substantial alterations to accounting standards or practices. The study assumed that firms listed at the NSE employed varied measures of corporate restructuring. Also assumed that the audited financial reports reflected a true fair view of the private companies and operating listed at the Nairobi Securities Exchange. The study was guided by the following theories: agency theory, resource-based theory, static trade-off theory, and institutional theory. So the findings is that I was supposed to collect data from 54 firms, but only from 64 firms, but only data for 54 firms were available. According to the confirmatory factor analysis, that because I use the structural equation model, I have to look at the factor loadings to see if my observed variables were statistically significant, and all of them were statistically significant because they were above 0.5 and the significance level was below 0.05. The findings is that the effect of financial restructuring on shareholders' wealth, the results reveal that financial restructuring had a statistically significant positive effect on shareholders' wealth. This indicates that a unit increase in financial restructuring leads to an increase in shareholders' wealth by 1.16. Therefore, financial restructuring is consequential in predicting shareholders' wealth. These findings led to the rejection of the null hypothesis that financial restructuring has no statistically significant relationship with shareholders' wealth. The second finding is that portfolio restructuring, effect of portfolio restructuring on the shareholders' wealth. Portfolio restructuring had a statistically significant positive effect on the shareholders' wealth. This indicates that a unit increase in portfolio restructuring leads to an increase in shareholders' wealth by 1.433. Thus, portfolio restructuring is consequential in predicting the shareholders' wealth, and therefore the findings led to the rejection of the null hypothesis that there is no statistically significant relationship between portfolio restructuring among firms listed at the Nairobi Securities Exchange. Recommendations is that managers of listed firms should regularly assess and optimize their capital structure to strike a balance between debt and equity that will minimize the cost of capital while maximizing shareholders' wealth. Another recommendation concerning the positive effect of portfolio restructuring is that the managers should adopt a strategic approach to portfolio restructuring by continuously evaluating their business units or investments to identify areas for diversity or investment, which helps in concentrating resources on core profitable areas while eliminating operational efficiency associated with the underperforming of non-core segments. That is it.
Thank you, Margaret. Let's give Margaret a brief factorial. Thank you, Margaret. Let's have Catherine. Catherine should be followed by Anne Macau.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Catherine Karemi Gasharia, and I'm here to present my conference paper on influence of strategic leadership on service delivery in Embu County government. Supervisors were Dr. Patricia Mwangi and Dr. Moses Gaduri. Intellectual stimulation plays an important role in shaping the future success of an organization, and this is because it allows for new ideas and approaches for better service delivery. Intellectual stimulation was operationalized by open dialogue, creativity and innovation, strategic problem solving, and taking initiatives, while service delivery was measured by responsiveness, timeliness, and satisfaction. The statement of the program: Embu County government has faced various challenges in service delivery that include concerns on procurement processes, working conditions, stakeholders involvement, accountability systems, and resource utilization. Where there has been now studies that have been carried on intellectual stimulation and service delivery, there has been mixed findings that could be attributed to contextual, geographical, and methodological differences, whereas there has also been limited knowledge or research on intellectual stimulation and service delivery approached from a behavioral perspective. Therefore, to address this gap, this study focused on investigating the influence of intellectual stimulation on service delivery in Embu County government to provide a deeper insights into how it can be used to address these gaps for better governance and service delivery. The objective of the paper was to investigate the influence of intellectual stimulation on service delivery in Embu County government, and the hypothesis was that there is no statistically significant relationship between intellectual stimulation and service delivery in Embu County government. This paper was anchored on behavioral leadership theory that identified two key dimensions, that is initiating a structure, which is tax-oriented, and initiating consideration, which is relationship-oriented. The study was carried out in Embu County government utilizing both descriptive and explanatory research design, targeting 939 Embu County staff, from whom a sample size of 282 was selected using a random stratified proportionally systematic research design. Data was collected using structured questionnaires pilot study was carried out in Kirinyaga County government with validity assessed with consultation with Chuka University supervisors and subject matter experts, and reliability was tested using a Crobach alpha test, whose results surpassed the 0.7 threshold. Data was analyzed using a simple linear regression. Ethical considerations were upheld throughout the study. Descriptive statistics tested the respondents' perception on intellectual stimulation and service delivery that tested 4 constructs of open dialogue, creativity and innovation, taking initiatives and problem solving that realized an overall mean score of 3.404, which was a good perception. While the inferential statistics was learned through the simple linear regression that realized an R-square of 0.0397, meaning that intellectual stimulation was able to explain about 4% of the variance in service delivery and a p-value of 0.02, which is less than the significance level of 0.05, so there was a positive significance relationship between intellectual stimulation and service delivery. Therefore, the conclusion was that there was a statistically significant relationship between intellectual stimulation and service delivery in Embu County government. Recommendation was that to promote dialogue to support critical thinking in decision making in the county, encourage creativity to boost innovation and improvement, build problem solving skills for better results, and promote initiatives to enhance accountability and responsiveness. And this aligns with the theme of technological solutions in business and tourism, in business, tourism, and hospitality industry. This is because by allowing open dialogue, it allows for sharing ideas and feedback, which improves teamwork and elevates communication. Creativity and innovation allows for designing unique products and services, which attracts more stakeholders and satisfies customers. Strategic problem solving and taking initiative, which enables to handle challenges quickly and appropriately, which allows for better ways of working. Therefore, the approach of intellectual stimulation and service delivery is valuable for achieving success in business, tourism, and hospitality industry. Thank you.
And then, Catherine, please give Catherine a mic clap. Thank you. Anne Macau.
Good afternoon. My name is Anne Macau, and my topic was functional agility and operational efficiency of oil marketing firms in Nairobi City County, Kenya. And my supervisors was Dr. Henry Kimathi and William Mwange. So the introduction, in today's highly competitive and rapidly changing business environment, firms are increasingly compelled to improve their operational efficiency to survive and thrive. And the oil marketing sector in Kenya is particularly exposed to market volatility, geopolitical instability, regulatory constraints, and fluctuating demand. And our functional agility, which includes the internal capabilities of a firm, such as adaptability, resilience, swift reaction, has been identified as a critical component on agile supply chain strategies because it has the ability to adapt quickly, respond effectively, and recover from unexpected disruptions, which can significantly impact how firms manage costs, ensure timely delivery, and maintain customer satisfaction. So despite its significance, there is limited empirical research examining the specific contribution of functional agility to operational efficiency within Kenya's oil marketing firms. So the study paper motivation was that operational inefficiency continued to challenge the competitiveness and sustainability of oil marketing firms in Kenya, with reports indicating that over 60% of these farms experience regular stockouts and delays in procurement processes, which leads to increased costs and reduced customer satisfactions. This inefficiency also, which are compounded by external shocks, such as fuel price, volatility, infrastructure deficits, and frequent regulatory changes, bring about the inefficiency in these farms. So specifically, there's lack of empirical data which demonstrates how functional agility in an internal farm has a capability which contributes to operational efficiency, which is unique and has a dynamic, which is unique in this dynamic sector. So the methodology, the study adopted a descriptive cross-sectional research design which examined the effect of functional agility on the operational efficiency of oil marketing farms in Nairobi City County, Kenya. The target population was 94 oil marketing companies which are licensed by EPRA, and the study utilized a questionnaire as a primary tool for data collection. And to ensure the reliability and clarity of the instrument, a pilot test was conducted with a sample of 10 oil marketing farms in Meru County, which were not included in the final data collection. And the collected data was cleaned and analyzed using SPSS version 30. And the analysis employed both descriptive and inferential statistical techniques to ensure a comprehensive examination of the relationship between functional agility and operational efficiency among the oil marketing farms. Descriptive statistics was computed to summarize the characteristics of the respondents and to identify prevailing patterns in the adoption of functional agility practices and levels of the operational efficiency across the sampled farms. To examine the relationships between key variables, inferential statistics was applied. Pearson correlation analysis was conducted to determine the strength and direction of the association between functional agility and operational agility. Results and discussions. The results indicated that functional agility had a statistically significant positive effect on the operational efficiency of oil marketing firms operating in Nairobi City County, and the regression model yielded a correlation coefficient of 0.29, which indicated a low to moderate positive correlation between functional agility and operational efficiency. The coefficient of determination was 0.084, which suggests that approximately 8.4 of the variance in operational efficiency can be explained by functional agility. The F statistic was 7.831, which means that the functional agility has a composite variable. Sorry, that means that functional agility as a composite variable significantly contributes to explaining changes in operational efficiency among oil marketing firms. Further analysis of the regression coefficient revealed that functional agility had a standardized beta coefficient of 0.335, which implies that an increase in functional agility corresponds with an improvement in operational efficiency, holding all other factors constant. Conclusion: the study concludes that functional agility is a critical enabler of operational efficiency in the oil marketing sector, and in a context characterized by fuel price volatility, changing government policies, and unpredictable global supply chain disruptions, firms that are agile are better able to adapt, recover, and maintain consistent performance. Among the agility subcomponents, resilience proved to be the most significant, underscoring the importance of firms' ability to withstand and rebound from supply chain shocks and operational setbacks. Adaptability and swift reaction, although not statistically significant at conventional levels in this study, were still positively associated with operational performance and offer meaningful strategic value. In overall, the research confirms that functional agility is not just a theoretical construct, but a practical strategic tool that can significantly enhance procurement effectiveness, cost control, and customer responsiveness in a high-risk environment. Recommendation: in light of the study findings, several strategic recommendations are proposed to enhance the operational efficiency of oil marketing firms through the lens of functional agility. The first recommendation is that oil marketing firms should focus on strengthening their internal agility capabilities, which can be achieved by training employees in adaptive thinking, crisis response, and flexible decision-making. Also, building a culture of agility within the organization will enable firms to respond effectively to sudden market changes, regulatory adjustments, and supply chain disruptions. The second recommendation is that there's need for increased investment in digital infrastructure to support real-time decision-making. And tools like cloud-based procurement systems and real-time inventory tracking technologies are essential in enabling firms to act swiftly and effectively under pressure. Tax relief programs, subsidies for digital transformation, and support for organizational capacity building could significantly enhance firm-level agility to contribute to the overall stability and resilience of the energy sector. Thank you.
Well done, Macau. Let's give microphone. Okay, so thank you to all the presenters. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentations. Those at the back, please come closer to us. We want to have some discussion regarding the presentations. You will be asking questions to each presenter, depending on, if you can't remember the name, you can seek to be told who the person is. So the presenters will answer questions in the same order they have presented. So first, I will begin by asking questions, a general question to all the 4 presenters. My question is general. You have given us very inciting topics, very good seminars. But what do we take home today from all of you? 3 things that we need to take home out of your presentation. Number 2, what is new as far as your presentation is concerned? That you can really say you are trying to solve a specific problem. Okay, thank you. I invite the secretary to ask your questions. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, there is a request because of some urgency. She needs to present. She's been allowed to do so. Let's give her 7 minutes. Can you share? Yes, you have my number. You're supposed to present tomorrow. Okay, just come. Where is the person have you? As we proceed. Just make sure it's sent. Yes. No wait. You send it. Then you can present thereafter. All right. So let's continue with the questions as she sorts herself out. Who's going to take the questions? I will take from here. Question for any of the presenters? Questions? Yes? Can we have questions for any of the presenters? At the back? The presentations are good, they are insightful. Any question? If no question, you can respond to my questions, all of you, as we wait for the other questions. Okay, we start with Anissa. Melissa. Yes, Melissa, followed by Olang. You just step forward as you answer the questions. Yes, come over. What do we take home today from your presentation? What is new as far as your study is concerned? Just come over.
Both of the two questions?
Yes, yes, please.
So I'll start with the three things that we can take home from my study. And the first one is that from the study, because I use data envelopment analysis technique to measure the level of efficiency of the money market unit trust funds, I found out that funds are not operating at full level of efficiency, that even though maybe some of them are meeting their benchmarks and there is heavy investment in those funds, they are not 100% efficient because they're operating at 46.8% efficiency, meaning they need to minimize costs. They need to invest in assets that are not related, their returns are not related. They need to maximize the way they are allocating their resources for them to achieve 100% efficiency. Then the second thing I found from my study is that funds need to hold diversified portfolios, because from collecting data, from analyzing, there's some funds I discovered that have concentrated portfolios. And from the findings, the higher the level of diversification, the more efficient a firm is. So funds should not concentrate their assets on, they should not hold concentrated investment whereby they invest just in one kind of asset. They should diversify. Then the third one is that investors should be able to see the kind of portfolio holdings that funds have before making a decision on which fund to invest in, because the kind of assets they hold affect the market value of the portfolio, and it will eventually affect their return. So it's better to see which kind of portfolios are being held and invest in funds that have diversified portfolios, because this will guarantee them a higher risk-adjusted return. The new thing I discovered is that this is one of a kind of the first, I can say first of it, one of the first studies that has been done on money market unit trust funds, whereby the level of efficiency is being measured by data envelopment analysis. And that is one of the new things that I'm adding, the measure of efficiency, because most of the measures of efficiency studies I've seen have used other approaches to measure efficiency. And most so they are using either Sharpe ratio, trainer ratio, those kind of portfolio performance indexes, and not efficiency. Most of the studies done on efficiency have been done outside Kenya and not in Kenya. Yes. Thank you.
Let's clap for Grace. Okay. Madam Margaret.
Thank you. To answer on the two questions that was posed and to me is that we have been told that the three things that you can take home from my study is that firms need to restructure their portfolio and their finances so that they can be able to boost or improve shareholders' wealth. So I found that for firms to be able to improve or to boost their shareholders' wealth, then they need to restructure their portfolio and finances so that shareholders' wealth can be boosted. The second thing that I've learned, that I've been able to take home in my study is that restructuring enabled the firms to cope with financial distress. So the fact that most of the companies are restructuring, it enables them to cope with financial distress because restructuring involves layoff, involves asset sales, involves spin-offs, and all that, and reducing the cost. So by restructuring, people can be able to turn around their financial situation so that they can be able to cope with financial distress and therefore, at the end of the day, improve the performance of the firm. In my study about corporate restructuring and shareholders' wealth, I've realized that shareholders' wealth, when a firm improves their shareholders' wealth, maximizing shareholders' wealth is a central objective of the finance. And therefore, when firm maximizes shareholders' wealth, they can be able to achieve, a firm is a going concern. So when you maximize shareholders' wealth, you can be able to achieve long-term growth, stability, and profitability. So maximizing shareholders' wealth is a central objective of the finance. What is new in my study is that most of the studies done in corporate restructuring are using single indicator of a variable. For example, financial restructuring, they are only using one single indicator, like debt to equity. But in my study, I'm using multiple indicators of financial restructuring, such as debt to equity, short-term debt ratio, and long-term debt ratio. Using multiple indicators enabled me as a researcher to reduce the measurement errors and be able to achieve reliability and validity. And that is it.
Okay, thank you. While you are there, Margaret,
yes.
How does your study align to the national goals? Any contribution to the national goals?
Any contribution is that the listed firms are part of they contribute 38% of the GDP, 38% of the revenue to the GDP. So the listed firms play a vital role in achieving the Vision 2030.
Okay, thank you. So there's some assistant. Absent to this morning. Somebody is supposed to access this. I don't know. Can you check in the other room? Someone who can be able to access for us. Yes. Yeah, the guy is sitting there. So the others, please, faster. Macau, you're right here. Just come over faster. In a minute, just a minute. And then also tell us how it aligns to the national goals. All of you.
So 3 things that I would take home from my presentation is that leaders would approach intellectual stimulation from a behavioral perspective where we are able to analyze the behavior of a reader in order to, that would help in improving service delivery, and that would be through adopting issues like open dialogue that helps them to interact well with the stakeholders for better teamwork and communication, allowing for creativity and innovation that would allow for new ideas that would be translated into actionable plans in an organization for better service delivery, and also developing channels of problem solving and taking initiatives that would be strategies that would help to scan the environment and come up with best structures for better service delivery and performance. What is new is that my study focused more on observable behaviors that have been, that many studies haven't focused on. They focus more on traits as or as opposed to the observable behaviors of a reader. And so by observing that these behaviors are teachable, so they can be learned every day. Every day you have a chance to learn different aspects of behaviors of our readers. And therefore, this would also help in the interactional patterns and openness, and also can be used to align to the performance. So thank you.
How does it align with the national goals?
It aligns with the national goals in that we all work, the leaders work as one in a manner that they present themselves. The national leaders or the national government would have to present themselves in such a way that by looking at a reader or by listening to a reader, the observable behaviors are able to be judged and presented in such a way that we are able to read towards improving the performance of the systems and everything that is around the national goals. It would help us to get there. By looking at a reader, it does not even have to speak or say anything, just maybe by the manner, the way they dress, the way they present themselves, they would help us, they would help in making judgment that nationally we are well aligned. Thank you.
Next.
Okay, thank you. So 3 things that we can take home from my research is that there's need for farms, not only oil marketing farms in Kenya, but supply chain farms to invest and strengthen their internal functional agility capabilities. And this is because, one, it will help reduce the overall costs, which in turn will improve the operational efficiency of the farms. And secondly, it ensures that it brings about lean procurement processes, and it also helps deal with crises and supply chain disruptions. Like we all know what happened during COVID-19, and that's why agility needs to be embraced by these farms. There's also need for the farms to invest in digital infrastructure, which will help support real-time decision making. And my study, the oil marketing farms contribute to national goals in that they contribute to 8% of the GDP in Kenya, which also aligns with our Vision 2030. Thank you.
They have responded well. So let's give them about now 5 factorial. All the presenters, thank you for answering the question so well. We give them 5 factorial. Let's start. Let's hold on for one more. So just find out if it has been sent. Robbie, let's start. Mr. Ruby. Pano. It's no touch. Green procurement. Yes. Fine. You have 7 minutes. Okay. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for that. My name is Esther Ruby Fanwell, doing a Master's in Procurement and Logistics Management. I'll be presenting to you on effects of green procurement initiatives on operational efficiency of dairy processing farms, and my supervisor is Dr. Masinde. The study evaluates how green procurement initiatives influence the operational efficiency of dairy processing farms in Kenya. It is anchored on resource-based view and institutional theory. The study finds a significant positive relationship between green procurement and operational efficiency. Farms integrating environmental criteria in procurement recorded reduction in carbon footprint, energy use, and water consumption. The study recommends strengthening policy support, supplier capacity development, and integration of green procurement into corporate strategy. Dairy sector contributes 14% to Kenyan GDP and employs around 1.5 million people. Rising costs and inefficiencies threaten competitiveness in the dairy processing. Green procurement integrates environmental consideration into purchasing. The study assesses how green procurement influences operational efficiency in dairy processing farms in Kenya. The study used this methodology. It did a census of 43 dairy processing farms registered in Kenya Dairy Board as of December 2024. The respondents were supply chain managers or procurement officials or their equivalents. Data was collected through structured questionnaire, some of which were sent through Kobo tool. Reliability was tested through Cronbach Alpha, which resulted into 0.974. Data analysis was done through paired sample t-test and linear regression. Green procurement improves operational efficiency, and the key outcomes were water use reduced, carbon footprint also reduced, energy use also reduced, clear evidence of improved operational efficiency. Then in my discussion, we had green procurement enhances ecological and economic performance, encourages resource-efficient technologies and supplier compliance, then aligns with resource-based view, competitive advantage part, and institutional theory, efficiency through environmental compliance. Conclusion, green procurement significantly enhances operational efficiency. It leads to reduction in cost, waste, and energy consumption, acts as a strategic and environmental performance tool, should also be integrated into farm policy and training framework. Recommendations, enforce green procurement policies with incentives, build supplier capacity for eco-certification, train staff on sustainability standards, integrate green procurement into strategic plans and key performance indicators. Then implications for practice and research, provide evidence from a developing country perspective. Green procurement drives both environmental and economic gains, encourages policymakers to support SMEs in sustainable sourcing. Yes, then we have references, and that is it. So maybe I'll connect with how it relates with SDGs.
Yes, and then take away.
Green procurement relates with SDGs through enhancing sustainability and also creating resilient food systems in Kenya, whereby by incorporating environmental issues into purchasing, it enhances environmental care and also to reduce also on global warming. So that is one key area that also the SDGs are focusing on: food resilience, sustainability, and reduction in global warming. Then the key takeaway is in our daily operation, we should incorporate environmental concerns in everything that we do so that we live in a clean environment. And also procurement, also we may use procurement to enhance value chain and also improve competitiveness in our food processing areas to enhance marketability and also to enable dairy products to reach the international markets. Thank you.
Okay, let's give panel 3 gaps. Thank you, well done. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our session for today. We want to thank you most sincerely for your patience. You are a very good audience, and we wish you the very best, that those that are presenting tomorrow. I hope you have learned something. It was a very insightful session for School of Business, and I think they have done well. So we'll ask one candidate to pray for us. Fanuel, is Fanuel gone? Fanuel, can you pray for us as we end? You are the last presenter. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. Enjoy your evening. Pray for the to end.
Father, thank you for this moment. Thank you for the day that has been. Thank you for the opportunity to host this conference. Lord, bless all the presenters, even all the listeners and the coordinators and everybody who was involved in planning. Bless each one of us as we're leaving this venue. Meet us at our point of needs. We pray that we will help our academic journey in Jesus' name. Amen.
So I allow Prof to make an announcement.
The next one on the program is because this session
there must be
ought to have been
yes.
At 12.
At 12.
At 12.
So there should be another one.
There should be another
program in That was assigned at 11. 11 to 12. It was supposed to be 11